Tuesday night rolls around real quickly.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Black222 just resubbed for 17 months.
Bless you. Alex, Madge, Daniel, Cheesy, Sasedwa versus Cool Armor, Jake, Beast, Bastmaster, Grumpy Nerd, and Heretic. I never know if the Bastmaster is a play on the Beastmaster or the Bassmaster, like the fishing. Or if he would be like, nein, it is nicer also things. It is actually a very clever play on words involving my name.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Note just resubbed for 1 month.
Nice jump, Alistair.
J _ just resubbed for 22 months. Looking forward to the best Dota the goons have to offer.
Hush now, child, and don't you breath. Your folks might understand you by and by. So move on up toward your destination. Or you might find from time to time complications.
Gorgeous.
Oh. And what about the singing? Huh? How are you?
I'm not doing too bad. Had a fairly pleasant day. Went for a swim this morning. Realised I haven't swum in a while. Absolutely brutalised me.
Oh, I'm so bad at swimming. I don't know why. I understand the mechanics of it, but I just sink. It's so much hard work to stay afloat. And I see old people just like bobbing around like cork. I'm like, how are they doing it? I'm like paddling the shit out of the water to stay afloat. And they're just like treading water. Like they're just barely wafting their arms. And I'm just like...
And then, yeah, I watched... Oh, what did I watch? I watched a movie today.
Alistair.
I thought was decent.
Memo
I forgot the name of it.
PFlax just resubbed
Like an
for
Agatha
16
Christie
months.
parody, I think.
Inhouse.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about, because I think Mrs.
See
F
How They Run.
See How They Run
on Disney Plus.
Mrs.
Yeah.
F said it was okay.
It was very okay. I
Yeah.
would say it's not setting out. It wasn't setting out to be good though, right? It wasn't gonna like set the world ablaze, and it's fine to just be a good movie.
Right.
You know, had a couple of decent laughs. It was a good time.
I think she was hoping for great things. Saoirse Ronan?
Well, there's a new
Is that
Knives
the
Out
name of
coming out.
Is it Saoirse Ronan? Is that the name of the...
That is, yeah.
So I like her. I think she's good. And apparently she's got some good lines. But yeah, she was like... I think the thing is, we watched the trailer and we thought, okay, that looks pretty funny. And it was just not quite. Also, I feel like if you're not in the mood, you go into a movie and sometimes it requires you to be a bit more... Not forgiving, but some films are very mood-based. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you mean.
I mean, there's a few films that I watched the first time, and I mean, like, so the new Dune, for example, when I watched that, I really enjoyed it, but it seemed to glaze over everything that I really loved about the book and the original film. But then I've seen it 3 times now, and it genuinely has improved every time I've seen it. And I was like, all right, actually, I fucking love this. It just kind of, I wasn't in the right frame of mind the first time I saw it. I was like, it's very good, but... Whereas now I just think it's very good. I don't need to add a but.
I've been watching Andor as well recently, so I went back and watched Rogue One as well. But that movie still holds up so goddamn well.
Good. The ending, especially that last 10 minutes, is fucking incredible.
Yeah, and obviously Andor is amazing as well.
I love it.
Really,
I love it.
Yeah, it's just
on
amazing.
program. On program. Like, yeah, it was
Yeah.
good. All right, so here's my theory. I don't know if you saw. I tweeted about this. The uniforms that they wear in the prison, that orange and white,
yes,
is the same color as the rebel pilots wear. And sort of like kind of a theme in the rebel uniforms.
5 seconds
And
remaining.
my vision of the start of this rebel battle is these people break out and they spread the word that this is not law and order. They are fucking locking you up and never letting you out. And they become, a lot of them, the proto Alliance sort of forces. And I'm not saying that they are wearing those uniforms, but as an inspiration for where the rebellion was really born, I think that would be a nice touch. So I thought that would be good. I love knowing what happens to Cassian, obviously, with Rogue One.
Yes.
You realize, like, how he went, and you see him making that transition in the show from I just want my money and to get the fuck out of here to realizing this is much bigger than me and this is something I have to do. I love it. I love it.
I mean, personally, this does out me as an Empire scum, but my favourite scenes has been the ISB. Mostly because it's just a really positive, nice working environment.
I know, and they're so
very
nice to each other.
The leader is very supportive. He's a good communicator. He assigns well. I'm like, this is lovely. I'm enjoying this.
It really was good. I also loved the bit where the lady that's trying to really move up in the ISB, the very intense female agent, has that underling, and he comes to her, and they're like working late on a case. I was like, this is like something from The Wire. You know what I mean? Like I was like, I said to Mrs. F, I want to see more of the ISB. Like I want an offshoot show where they solve cases. You know what I mean? That would be hype. But I really enjoyed that. And the guy who in the first episode of the series, his sort of, or the second, I think, his superior's like, did you add custom piping to your uniform? He's like, yes, I did. You know, he fucking loves his job and he loves the Empire. I was like, this lad is worth following. But those are the characters you never got in any other Star Wars shit. Where it's like, show me what the inner workings of the Empire are like, why these people are doing it, what motivates them, and how all these underlings are just towing the line for the Empire. Because they guys like this, they fucking love it.
Well, that is, really I listened to a podcast that the creator Tony Gilroy did, and he basically said that was the question he asked himself, like, how is a rebellion funded?
Right.
How is the security system actually work? And then when you ask those questions, you get kind of interesting scenes to film.
Yeah.
Rather than just having there be a rebellion and it works.
Right. I mean, and it's also the rebellion, once it gets to the point where they have ship, like they have a fleet, they have bases. This is way beyond the early funding stage. What we're seeing is like the proto-rebellion. Mon Mothma is still a senator. They're literally having to acquire money and people to do this shit. And then eventually it becomes an ongoing thing and people will just join. Because you've got that beacon. You have a fleet. You have bases. You have agents still out there doing things. But there's no doubt the rebellion is real. And of course, the propaganda of them blowing up the fucking first Death Star. Hello? There's going to be a few phone calls after that one. Oh, spoiler alert.
5 seconds remaining.
Spoiler alert. In the first movie, they take out the Death Star. Apologies for anyone that hasn't seen Star Wars. I'm joking, of course. If you haven't seen Star Wars, you can unsubscribe and fuck off. Actually, don't. We're down subs this month. Don't do that. If you haven't seen Star Wars, well done. That's your choice.
Radiant team pick.
What's it with?
The Boba Fett series was garbage. I fucking hated it. The Mandalorian was much more fun, but a little formulaic. I'd like to see Jon Favreau. Here's the thing. Jon Favreau does a lot of stuff. And I think he's in the same boat as quite a few of these hot Hollywood and Disney guys. Is they're expected to just do loads and loads and loads of stuff. Or they want to do loads and loads and loads of stuff. So it's just all quite shallow. I feel like Andor is actually written by someone who was not expected to also do 4 other things at the same time. I mean, Thor, Love and Thunder, I thought was fucking dog shit. I really fucking hated it. And I'm a big Marvel nut. And a big fan of all the Thor movies. And I fucking hated it. And it just felt like it was just phoning it in. And it really struck me as the problem with having a couple of people that everyone's like, oh, it's Jon Favreau. It's like, again? Does it have to be Jon Favreau again? Let's give some other people a fucking go. Because I feel like it's getting a little tired. And quite a lot of the Mandalorian things were, Mando goes to a new place. Mando must defeat
It was a bit more of like a, even though there was still like killing and things like that, it was more of a children's show, right?
Yeah,
he goes on his adventures. And has a great old time with the cute plushie that you should definitely buy for Christmas.
Yeah.
And I don't get that same vibe from Andor.
No, there's no merch. What's the
Mostly because
Andor
there's
merch?
been no merch at all, right? There's been nothing. I'm delighted. I fucking hate seeing something that's obviously there for merch.
You know what I would like? What is that thing that they're building? I thought it looked
remaining.
like a part of a TIE fighter. So sell me that as like a fidget spinner.
5 seconds
How about that?
remaining.
I saw some speculation that's parts of the Death Star. That's why they need the workers to
Oh.
stay on. So they're like ramping up the Death Star building. That's why they're not letting anyone live.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, I could
I like
believe
that one as well. Yeah.
Pango, eh? All right.
So Pango, I've from the NHU has become sort of the favorite hero of the month.
Oh, he's great
everyone
fun.
is fighting over the chance to play Pango.
I don't think picking it into Rubik is a great idea. I'll be honest with you.
No, it's not. But
because Rubik can just steal the Pango role. And then
at the same time, he's a decent option to get on top of Sniper.
He is. That's true. That's true. And the disarm is always good against the little shit.
Absolutely. Now, I don't quite remember how it interacts with Chrono. I think if Void chronos him and runs at him when he's in the ball, he just gets bounced off him, so that can be a bit of a pain in the arse. Oh, okay. Woo.
Well, they don't want to win. That's fine. Yemad Scientist says, I don't get the point of Andor. It's full of characters I don't give a shit about, and the main guy is the most boring one from Rogue One. I liked it, but it's very forgettable. I suppose if you go into the show wanting to see characters you know about, that precludes any show that features new characters. So I don't agree with you on that point. He was not the main character of Andor, but they've made him really interesting in the show.
5 seconds remaining.
And I don't think it's. I mean, it's full of characters you don't know. That's the point. I mean, I found that the whole prison thing was really interesting. I thought his mother and the relationship with him, or his adopted mother, was really interesting. I love seeing, like we were saying about the ISB and all that kind of stuff. I think if you're saying, I don't recognize these characters, Mandalorian was not a character that you knew and you grew to like him, presumably. Boba Fett was a character we knew and they fucking shat it up the wall. So I just want to see good shows. I don't care who's in it. Just make a good show. Obi-Wan was boring. Super boring. I had no idea how I was meant to respect Obi-Wan, who was apparently sent to protect Luke Skywalker, and then decided to become some fucking drunk in a cave somewhere, which is basically where he fucking threw his lightsaber, buried his lightsaber in the dirt. What the fuck are you doing, dude? You're meant to be protecting Luke Skywalker, and now you just can't fucking be bothered? What's the point? It's all over? No. No. Ridiculous. Could have made it really interesting, but they just didn't bother. The problem is, his whole setup was that he's just been lost in the desert for fucking 40 years. Daft.
Yeah, I never really got into the Obi-Wan show. I think I made it through like 1.5 episodes, and it never really like bit me and made me want to keep watching.
I mean, it was just boring, I thought, and I mean, it was. The problem is, it's Ewan McGregor's character from the prequel movies, so immediately my hackles are up, and I hate it, and I'm worried that at any moment some fucking dog shit prequel character is gonna pop up. So I was out.
10 seconds remaining.
How could they ruin their draft further? This Pudge pick is right up there.
Well, they need, presuming Pudge is +1 and Pango is offlane, which is a presumption. You can swap any of these heroes to most roles.
I believe that's exactly right.
You need a bit more tower damage, I'd say, and you need a ranged hero. So I think Death Prophet would be perfect for Dire.
That's a good shout, Plague.
If you have a good lane matchup,
if they
should be
pick that.
Perfect. Apart from that, Lena as well is a very good option for that same kind of very high range and can hit towers. So that's a Grimstroke last pick, presumably a support Grimstroke.
They could have pushed the sniper to mid. That's true. Very good against Pango. Just tether him to pretty much anybody and he can't do shit. I like that. So push the sniper to mid. Grimstroke. Alex's Grimstroke comes in as a support. Job done. It does leave them with two kind of squishy supports in Rubik and Grim, but I think they do just help counter the the Pango. Spectre, that's an answer to get on top of Sniper. But
that is a sniper killer. But the lack of tower damage is concerning.
It's an issue.
Which means that if Sniper is not completely shut down, or Faces Void is not completely shut down, they will probably have time to get their items. But you also don't particularly mind going late game with Spectre, so you could be okay with having a slower kind of death ball.
I think it's
and these are some fat fucking lads on Dara. They are chunky. I don't know.
No, these are
it's
all
hard to kill a lot of these heroes in a chrono.
I mean, Lion is about the only lad who's guaranteed death in these chronos.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Yeah, you're right. Jakus needs to... I don't know if he wants to fight Void. I guess he can. But they've got a lot of long-range disrupt to these early fights. You've got, with Grim and Rubik, both quite long-range. You've got Tide at the front. You've got Chronosphere to worry about. And the damage outside it with Sniper could be pretty grisly. So we'll see.
I've had to laners avoid against a Pudge a few times. It can be a right pen in the arse, because obviously he doesn't really do like burst damage on Pudge. He just rots on you.
Yeah.
And that you don't really feel great queuing off a bit of rot damage. And then when you do queue, he has like an obvious place to throw his hook.
Right.
So you've got to be very alert to like your positioning. But this is also against Pudges who are very good at the game. We've no reason to believe that will be the case here.
So for people saying the prequels are their favourites, I presume you were children when they came out, just as I was children when Star Wars came out, so that's absolutely fine. Because if you watch Star Wars now, it's dog shit. It is dog shit. I mean, if it came out now with that script and all the rest of it, you'd think, what the fuck is this? What a load of bollocks. It's a huge amount of nostalgia.
You should have known better.
I literally smile every time Ashwin uses that in our game, because it's all the other voice lines, and then this pause of silence, and then the Pazibus will start.
Well, next year we get help, so don't worry.
Will you come mid and hold hands with me? Wow!
So they're looking
Wow!
to set up the PFB down bot lane. And this is the thing,
like
right?
The
It's,
WoW line. Who is that anyway? Wow!
I don't know. Wow! I think it's just one of the generic caster ones, because it's not got a name attached to it.
It's really good.
30 seconds to battle.
District 9 was good, yeah, but if you watch it again, it's okay. At the time, it was fucking amazing. Any PFB enjoyers?
Thing is, though, you know, everyone in this game should be a stream watcher. They should be aware of the PFB potential, and yet, Matt, he's been caught regardless. Somehow managed to juke their spells. That's quite impressive.
Well, the lads are dreadful, aren't they? So
It does happen.
cheesy bacon. Honestly, as a Spectre coming into this lane against Tide Rubik, how much damage reduction can you possibly have? Or, like, attack damage reduction? You're going to get Fade Bolted and Anchor Smashed. He's going to hit for about 2.
This Rubik hero and Enigma are the two heroes I hate playing against the most. Because you just feel really powerless. It doesn't even, like, take them doing much. You can't stop him from Fade Bolting you, or taking your range creep. And it's just so sad every time it happens. And Tide on top of that is rough. And they picked probably a losing matchup for their carry as last pick, right? That's not great.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not being funny, but if he gets Fade Bolted and Anchor Smashed at level 1, it's 40% damage reduction. at higher levels, he's not going to hit at all. He's going to hit for no damage, assuming it's just additive. If you Fade Bolt and Anchor Smash someone, both of them at max level, they should be down to 5% attack damage.
So the festival is also
with Void, who I don't think they can harass at all.
No, this is a much better matchup. You don't care about Pango's damage at all. And you actually, when you should get your...
He's getting his ass kicked here.
So when you get your time dilation at level 3 as well, you have quite good kill potential, because you can just take away Pango spells.
Cheesy might be first blood here, but... Yep. Just stood there. I don't understand why the lads do this. It's like they're not looking at their health bar sometimes. He just stood there getting owned.
I do wonder sometimes if they played a Tide game recently and they have memories of like being level 7 Tide with max Anchor Smash and very tanky.
Yeah.
And they forget they are not there yet, they are but a puny level 2.
It's like when I play Timbersaw and dive at level 3 and I suddenly think, oh,
Radiant's
fuck.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not ready.
Or like, if you play the same hero as a farmer in 2 games in a row, you just forget how to CS for the first 2 minutes. You're so used to having damage that the idea you don't know anymore is completely... Oh, okay, well... So Zethor has gone for the Arcane Supremacy level 2, which I fucking hate. I hate so much.
Oh, there's an easy courier kill.
Dire's courier has
Oh, they didn't get his items.
They did. He does not get them.
So Coolama actually tried to like micro it to save it rather than just getting it to give delivery items.
It was close enough, I think.
Yeah, it would have got to him.
I played mid Nyx the other day.
Oh, really? How'd it go?
We won very easily.
Yeah.
They had a Morphling and an OD, and they did have a decent amount of vision, so it was actually quite hard because quite often I would be thinking it was going okay, and then Morph would just like do his skadoosh on me, and I would think I was about to time.
Hooks onto tower and sniper.
He's dead. Oh no!
Oh, he's not dead. Jake's dead. Oh my god. He's got his E up in 1. He's fine.
Good damn. So against the OD, obviously the damage you do with your W is insane.
Yeah.
But quite often the morph is, of course, chilling. So I got a Dagon 5, and with my right-click attack and a quick Dagon, he died a lot. And it was just a fun matchup because mid, if he tries to skadoosh on you and click you, or clicks you at all, Morph's auto attack is actually quite slow. Like, you can see it coming, so you can get Carapace off. And quite often, if he's clicking you at max Agi, which he often will be, you can Carapace him and stun him, and he loses almost all his health. And then as soon as he has to go strength, of course, he's not harming you, he's not getting last hits, so that was quite fun. And if any mana burn on Morphling is going to be strong. So I killed him first, he was max Agi, I just fucking stunned him and clicked him, and he died. And then he came back and killed me, because he just did his adaptive strike and blew me up. But after that, it was a mad game. It was a really mad game. I'm trying to think who else we had in the. So
was this yesterday evening?
Yeah, the Goon game. So we had an Axe. We had Ninja Snowman Axe, who did quite well. We had it won't show me. Samo on Drow, and he did quite well. Laniro on Snap was okay. We wrote a movie on he's a Dazzle specialist, but the first game we played with him, I don't think he graved anybody at all. But he got so many Pog graves off against their Necro that it was actually insane. And the enemy team picked Troll, which helped.
I tried the hero out. He felt really fucking bad.
Those lads were terrible, and we won. But at no point did I think it's thanks to this Troll pick.
It did not feel good. Do you know what? The lane felt really good. I was really happy. I was like, this is a great way to deal with Slardar. I'm happy. And then, oh my god, that hook almost hit. And then it just got to a point where if I pressed my ulti, when we were going high ground, I just ended up in their fucking fountain.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is the point of this hero? Why have you done this?
It's the dumbest thing. I mean, there was that clip on Reddit of someone ulting in Roche, and an enemy walked past somewhere nearby in vision, and the Troll chased them.
Yeah.
It's just they need to rework his ult. They absolutely need to rework his ult. Because there are other heroes who have, you can't be killed shit, like Ursa, and they don't fucking run around like idiots. Do you know what I mean? Like, Ursa can ult and takes almost no damage and is hard to kill, but you don't make him run off like a dickhead.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, a lot of the best POS ones are heroes that have gimmicks to let them hit. And Troll has that, but they've just made it so fucking weak in comparison to like a Chrono, for example. Just a pure gimmick that lets you hit for free. But you again stay in perfect control and lock them down. Maybe just give Troll his bash back, fuck this root shit.
Something.
Oh, it's very tense in the mid lane. They're both pushing their heroes to the absolute limit.
They are. Take it to the limit. Limit!
I couldn't believe how long you streamed for this morning, by the way. You were non-stop.
I think it was about
just loving
7 hours.
loving the FM.
Well, I feel like once I get to the end of the season, and it's like we might make the playoffs here, lads, and then the hype of those games is that it's all or nothing. Like, there's no... Sometimes when I used to play single player, if I felt I got fucking FM'd, I'd be like, fuck it, I'm trying again. I'd save scum it and reload. Because I'd worked, for literally days, on my old laptop especially, when it was much longer to process. A season would take me, a few days. I'd be like, I'll be buggered if this game, my season is coming down to a loss to the bottom team who got a 91st minute penalty. I'm not having it. I am not
Yeah.
having it. Whereas now, obviously I'm streaming it, so I am stuck with the result, which is good. And honestly, it's fun having people there, building up the stories behind the players. That's my favorite. Like Baxter, everybody fucking hated my goalie by the end of that playthrough this morning.
I think that's the best part of all those kind of games, is the stories you get into just unintentionally.
Same with XCOM and all of it.
Yeah. Just the idea that someone is super reliable and then it's like terrible when they miss, and someone is just fucking shit, and it's you just expect them to fuck it up, and it's just entertaining.
Yeah, and you're not even happy when they succeed.
And you know, the stories kind of last a long time as well, because like someone was in that stream bringing up saying you should get the brick wall of Bolton out of his drunk tank and stick him in goal. And that must have been what, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, and people are still fucking.
Oh no, it
addicted
can't have
to
been
the
that
idea.
long play because it was the previous FM. I'm pretty
Was it
sure.
actually?
Yeah,
Was
so
it
it might
only
have just been a
2
year.
Was it seriously only a year? I
Yeah.
can't believe that.
It can't be far off that because genuinely, I think that was FM23. I think it was when it first came out, so it must have been a year ago.
Jake just chose not to press Flash Sheep and
I didn't
died.
see. Yeah, well, you know.
Sometimes that happens.
Ashwin is in Twitch chat, so I presume he's ready for game 2. Who is playing Tango?
Twice in one game for
Grumpy.
Grumpy Nerd. Yeah, you were talking a bit about doing another XCOM run, weren't you? But it's based on if you find a mod that looks interesting.
Yeah, the problem is the long war is just... It would be months and months.
Yeah. I think, you know, RimWorld has done a lot of shit recently. That could be interesting. But...
Yeah, I might try that. The problem is, the RimWorld playthroughs always go the same way. I start up again because I haven't played in a year. And then I play again and again and again until we get stability. Because initially I'm like, oh, I forgot I need to build so-and-so. I was like, oh, fucking potato famine or whatever. Or some terrible thing has happened and I didn't have guns or whatever. So then, you know, once we get it to the point where I know the sequence of things, I'm like, all right, this time, and we do it, and we get a stable thing, and it goes to a certain point, and then it's either we die in an entertaining way, and that's fine, and now it's been a week, and I've been playing it every day, like I fiend it. That's the problem. It's like, I would like to dip in and out of it, but I just get obsessed, and I just want to stream it for like 7-8 hours a day. Like XCOM, sometimes I'll do that, where I'm playing it in the morning, and then in the evening, instead of playing Dota, I'll fucking be playing that again. Because it's just like, we've got this black site mission, lads, we're going to do it. It's too good. You just get kind of caught up in it. Stellaris is the same. I get into Stellaris, I fiend that for a couple of weeks. Sometimes I stream it, and then I'm like, I can't do this anymore. Because that's the problem with Stellaris is, it is basically, in my opinion, probably the closest to a roguelike 4X that they've ever made. Because sometimes you just get fucked. Like, everything's going okay, you're doing alright, you're having a fun game, and so it's like, oh, sorry, yeah, the Sleeping Empire next to you just woke up, and you're their only enemy. It's like, alright, cool.
We'll turn this tide
What
to
is
our
going on?
advantage.
Not sure. They said he had 700 ping, and that's it. That's all the information we got. Man, it's always one of two things. We either start the first game super fucking late because of some in-house like lobby dog shittery, or someone disconnects. It's never just clean.
Indeed. So did you see that... Sorry, I just as a quick change of subject. Did you see that Twitter didn't remove two-factor authentication, but took away the server that sends you the request for two-factor authentication. So if you log out of Twitter, you now cannot log back in because the server that sends you the two-factor authentication request is gone.
I did not know that. I saw something about it, but to be honest, I just wasn't that interested. Like
In what?
in the goings on of Twitter's dog
it's
shittery.
pretty fascinating. It is fascinating to see someone that rich and powerful making a tit of themselves on the internet. Like, it is funny.
True.
Dire's courier.
That's the second time Cool Llama's lost his courier.
His jokes are awful, and not in an ironic way. They're just bad. and the man responds to tweets that don't even at him, which makes him look thirsty for who's talking about me. It'll be like some guy that's like a nobody, and there's Elon fucking talking to him.
I mean, I got so sick of people on my timeline talking about Elon that I just like quote tweeting him and basically I just blocked him. Just couldn't be bothered anymore. One of the only people I've ever blocked because he's so spammed everywhere for good reason now that he's Twitter's owner. But even before that, I was just like, I don't fucking care.
It's a bit much. I think, but what interests a lot of people is the that whole tech bro thing is intriguing because it's like, oh, he's going Midas. Madge is going Midas. It's just interesting. Like, these guys obviously run the world in a lot of ways, like all these big tech companies and all the rest of it. So it is interesting paying attention to them. But I think what's interesting about Elon Musk is he's a billionaire, and yet this seems so shambolic and half-assed that you think, how could this happen? That he just owns Twitter now and apparently has no fucking idea how to tweet or, you know, not look like a dick to a lot of people. And then other people, regardless of what he says, they've like got his back. It's like, guys, it's okay to be critical of your heroes if they're fucking up. Like, it's just so much like hate that's not always deserved and fanboyism that's not always deserved. Can we just start being critical again? But there's no critical thought going on.
I particularly love the story of sort of SoftBank. You know, it's a world famous bank, has incredible sort of investment funds and things like that, and yet almost every single large investment they've done into kind of new frontiers has been an unmitigated disaster, and yet they still trust this one visionary genius. And no one seems to like look up and say, well, he may have been a visionary genius at some industries, but he clearly doesn't know fucking anything about crypto or the new industries and things like that. Right. Like, they invested billions into WeWork. WeWork was a disaster. They invested into FTX. FTX is fraud. And it's. Oh,
it is
Spectre.
This is a big fight here.
It is, you know. Oh, they
managed
to kill.
Boy, good heavens. Well, he was alone. Top. Everybody's top. That was good because it made them think for a second. Oh shit, you know, Spectre's coming, and then they went on the Void bot. I think that was good. That was really good.
And this is the Void that used Chrono, hasn't got a kill, and then died.
Yeah, that ain't great.
And whenever you see no boots going Midas, you know that they've had a miserable time.
Well, I don't know if that was a factor. I think that was just, I'm going to get a Midas. I think the fear is, I haven't had a great lane. I'm on 28 last hits and 14 denies. I should have had a much easier lane than the Spectre. So I'm going to get a Midas because I think that's a good thing to do. But he really
that's really weird. I thought he had a bad lane, and obviously his CS is not great, but Pango's CS is terrible.
Yeah, Pango.
Why is he really going no boots Midas?
Just because it's a thing to get.
But now he's going to die again. He's jumped in aggressively with his Q. How long took? 8 more seconds. He just dead again. This is so bad.
Yeah, that's
from someone that I normally think is quite reliable as a mid laner on match.
That is reliably dog, is how I'd put that.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This game, he still doesn't have. He is still 200 gold off his Midas. I'd love to know how much money he's lost in the last 2 deaths. Well, probably about 500 quid, right? So it's going to take him quite a while to earn the money back for this Midas. In fact, it's not going to pay for itself for some time.
Look at this. This is no boots walking to the jungle. Oh my god, it's so sad. I've been there, brother, right? I know what it feels like, okay? You'll get there in the end.
It's rough. It happens. But now the enemy team are doing this right. I think Lion, Jakiro, Pudge, Pango, just fucking go. Just literally go. Take over. Pango's local. Oh, they're coming in.
Run to the smoke. So this is a...
Who leads with Sniper? Genuine
it's a 2-man smoke with Sniper Rubik. I don't see Sniper Rubik killing anyone.
No, I don't either.
I can't imagine that being a great 2-man smoke, but you know, they ran it. Didn't work. Let's go back to the usual programming, I suppose.
Madge, don't get the Invis rune. Please just hit creeps. Please, because what's the next thing you're gonna do? No, Madge, don't try and do anything. Just hit the creeps. Hit El creeps.
Radiant's top tower is
So
under attack.
even with the minuses, next chrono isn't fucking killing anything.
No,
What?
no, it's not.
Dire's middle tower
Pop.
Oh, it's a big chrono.
They've got the Ravage
What a
follow-up.
chrono!
He's dead
And
again.
he's dead again.
I think Sniper might clean up here, though.
Are
Oh,
you
Grumpiness
fucking
disconnects again.
kidding me?
Yeah, there is that new Warhammer 40k game, right? Darktide.
Yeah.
That's coming out soon. I know the lads were intrigued by it.
I mean, if the lads are playing it, I'll play it, of course.
Yeah, I
But,
think I don't think it actually comes. I think if you pre-order it, it comes out on the 17th. But I don't think any of us have pre-ordered it, so that doesn't matter. And then it's the end of the month for the rest. I feel bad for Grumpy NGL. Don't feel bad for him. Feel ashamed for him. He is back in though.
He is back.
God bless.
Your tale
Calculated. Good ice path pass.
is a footnote.
That's a really good ice path.
That was
pass.
perfect. Yeah.
He did have
Do they have
something
a sniper
to
ult?
think about. He's dead. Blah!
Got his got his Spectre out though.
He did.
So Bob, Munt, and Rorts have Darktide. And that is enough for a stack, I think.
So it's a 3-person, is it?
It's a 4-person game.
I see.
I think it's 4-person. I assume it's 4-person. All those games are basically 4-person,
Let's
right?
have a look on the
Dire's
store.
structures are fortified.
I mean, the issue is, like, am I here? Warhammer
Dire's
40,000
bottom
Dark
tower is
Tide.
under attack.
Do I buy the £50 version or not? Jesus Christ.
I'm not sure.
It looks very pretty. So it's Vermintide but 40k, right?
Yeah, that's basically the idea.
So I'll see what the lads make of it. I watched some people playing it, and I was kind of like, eh. But it didn't really grab me. Nice, well played. That's what I'm saying about that ranged poke with Rubik and Grim, and then you've got Sniper as well. And with the threat of Chrono and Ravage, it is hard for them to get on this back line.
Yeah. I mean, Radiant can... I mean, maybe they can go a lot faster there. Their net worths are looking pretty good. Even on, like, the Spaces Void, who's had a objectively dog shit time. His net worth is fine compared to where this fucking Pango and Pudge are at.
Well, the lads don't hit creeps. I mean, I don't know what this
No,
Pudge
they
is
don't.
doing, but the farming is not a thing that the lads really are very committed to. I mean, they just don't, or they do go and hit creeps, but they don't last hit them. Like that's a thing I see a lot. If they go to lane and they're not getting, they'll get one last hit out of a wave. I mean, Jake should be hitting this now. They can see them all mid. Maybe they can't see them all. No,
I think there's a
well,
big...
they
If
can
you look
see enough of
at
them.
hero level right now, Pango is joint lowest level in the game, and that's a big fucking issue for them. Because
Yes,
this guy
it is.
needs... He's there, like... He's really their main team fight, right?
He is. They are all TPing up here. What is going on? This
they
is
just wanna
just
make-
so much time wasted for these lads.
This is a 4 heroes rotation.
A full
5
rotation
heroes
for a
top.
void that's already low and I was having a shit time of it.
The void has gone in. Fucking hell.
I
Good Kel
think
steal on Heretics.
2 could have done that, but sure. Either way, this is still no levels real, not enough farm and XP for the Pudge and the Pango, because this is the problem with the way the lads play Pudge carry, is they think, now I must look for kills, but you must hit the creeps. That is, you are the carry. Like, you're not about the hooks. That is not your life as carry Pudge. You are about the farm and becoming unkillable. That is your whole thing. Grumpy's trying to get some fucking XP and money over here.
They are looking like this. They got Ravage.
Oh,
the Chrono stopped.
Roll, but they do get it.
Oh, the Chrono's perfect. Look,
That's
Sniper's just outside it.
Oh,
as you say, the Rubik's
rolling. Who were we with the other day who was rolling and stuck on the... It was fogged. Well, no, maybe it wasn't fogged.
No, who got stuck up on here, like, on the edge of the cliff,
I
right?
think that was Rorts, but I was...
It was Rorty, yeah.
But I was playing a game, this is when we were at TI, with Yanis, I think, and he was playing Pango, and he got stuck on the cliff and managed to jump out and got stuck on another bit of cliff. Or was that a team at TI? Can anyone remind me? It might have been one of the teams at TI. He literally made it, he got stuck on one of the fucking invisible you get stuck points, jumped out and landed on one of the other invisible you get stuck points. It was brutal.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Well, my money is very firmly on Radiant, just because of how shit it's gone for Dire. I mean, it really is not looking good, but we'll see.
The only thing they've got going in their favour is that Spectre is farmed and played by a player I'd say is quite good.
Right.
Like, Cool Armor has been impressive on Pos 1s in the past, so he's going to be pretty reliable as the game goes on, but the rest of his team is so far down. And they have the worst team fight. You never want to have the worst team fight and the less net worth.
Yeah.
Because it just means you have to execute so much better to make anything good happen.
Yeah.
So they've got the diffuser done on Pango. As long as he doesn't die to these jungle creeps. And they have Manta done on Spectre. She may be in trouble down bot. The Rubik's here with the stolen Pango roll.
As if one of me wasn't already more than enough.
I was watching a thing about New York in the 80s, and you know, it's off. I think back to my youth, and I kind of think not that much has changed, but it's insane how different everything looked back then. How different even just people dressed, and obviously fashions changed. But if you look around now at most people, especially in a big city, everybody seems so much better turned out in terms of simple things like their haircuts or their clothes or like stuff like that, where you just think, you look at the 80s, a lot of people just looked like dog shit. They really did. Like, I'm not even talking fashion. It wasn't a thing, especially for men. Like, men having like fashion and stuff like that was a very 90s and noughties thing, I think. The birth of that whole metrosexual thing, when it was okay for men to dress well and look after themselves, and the birth of all those magazines that were like about men's grooming and men's health and sort of thing. The 80s was men were just allowed to wear dog shit glasses and have cack haircuts and literal mustaches, and everyone was like, this is fine. Whereas now it's you know, everybody's looking a lot more snazzy.
It was always the facial hair that looked really fucking bad in like old
Really
pictures,
bad.
I'd say. Just not great.
It is coming up to 9 o'clock.
And we are 20 minutes
only
in.
20 minutes in. This is unacceptable, gentlemen and ladies.
This will be the last pause he gets, though.
But what I'm saying is, for the next games, we cannot be having this. We'll be here till fucking midnight. Signed some interesting players for next season. Any Football Manager fans? Signed Jordan Pickford. He's 33, but goalies can go to about 35, 36 before they really start to go south. And as far as I'm concerned, he's going to be the best goalie in the championship. International quality, England's keeper for years. He's our goalie this season. replacing the evil Baxter, who wants to leave the club to handle his ambitions or some shit. I was like, my ambition is to see Baxter never play goal for Blackburn again, so our ambitions match in that regard. I also signed a striker called Nino, who looks fucking insane.
No.
A couple of youngsters that are like shit hot, including a South American winger who my scouts assure me is going to be the real deal. A classy right back from Italy, and a centre back who looks like a young phenom as well. So we are expecting big things next season. If we don't win the championship, I'll be disappointed. We'll put it that way. I really fucking hope I don't get COVID.
Your wife's got it, right?
Yeah, she's got it.
Is that from work or from the kids?
So she went to the theatre to see My Neighbor Totoro, the play, or the musical. So I think she might have caught it there because people laughing and sort of, you know, howling with delight is a good way to spread COVID. She does also go into the office, ride the underground and all the rest of it. And what else did she do? Oh, she also went to the comedy night at school, the PTA organised comedy night. People laughing is another good way. Like choirs, apparently. People singing is a good way to spread COVID because you're really emptying your lungs and sort of dumping germs into the atmosphere. So there's a whole bunch of ways she could have caught it. As a non-house leaver myself, I'm hopeful that I might be able to avoid it. But I did kiss her fully on the mouth yesterday prior to her knowing that she had COVID because, of course, she is my wife and we are sexual partners and lovers of some 27 years or whatever. So that happens. But, you know, we might get lucky, or I might get lucky. Sorry to go into too much detail there, but I just thought you guys would want to know.
Oh, it's good to get health updates. I mean, I have completely been COVID-free my entire run of the pandemic so far.
You've never had it?
Never had it. I've been in the same house as people who've had it multiple times. Never had it. So I was like, well, obviously...
Now, did you take any precautions other than we are just avoiding each other, which is what I'm going for?
And I didn't even avoid them.
Okay.
I just went, you know what, fuck it. You've been in the house for X amount of hours with COVID. Let's just hang out and be together for this. And I didn't get it, so... Right. And my dad has been the same, right? My mum has had it multiple times in the house, and my dad has not got it. So I was like, well, I'm immune. I'm untouchable. And then my brother revealed he's caught it, so it's poked a hole in my armor.
Yeah.
My certainty that I'm actually just my immune system's just COVID-proof.
I mean, you may have had it and been asymptomatic.
Yeah, that's possible as well.
Unlikely, I'd say. I had it right at the start. It was fucking awful. I think it would be a lot better now. I will not ever be playing Star Sector. This is like the 8th time someone's mentioned it. I'm never playing it.
Should we enter the Foxhole command?
On process. On protest, I should say. I am never playing Star Sector. Okay?
Oh, by the way, I'm assuming you saw the EG news today.
No!
So EG have dropped their entire roster. They've just announced it.
Understandable. They've been dog shit for several years.
But they've had those players for a long time, right?
Yeah.
I feel it's like you should do a bit more than just a fucking Twitter post, you know?
Yep.
Like all they did was post a picture of them looking cool and saying
Come
bye.
I started putting and folding your clothes away.
Okay.
And also this is not
but
I found this.
That's my AFC Bournemouth top.
So what I've done is I've rolled all your shirts up and stuffed them all in.
Nice.
Oh, and also I found my mum's diamond earrings.
Fantastic.
They were under all your clothes.
Under my clothes?
In your drawer.
Oh, well,
I don't even know.
I didn't put them there. I assure you of that.
Even know
Pop that away with everything else. That's my precious Bournemouth top. Thank you, sweetheart. I love you too. I was about to take my jumper off, but I'm not wearing a jumper. So I would have just been topless on stream. Oh, wait a minute. I don't have the camera on. Fuck me. I can do this.
Free.
It's boiling up here in my office for some reason. Oh, I know. We put the heat on because the rest of the house is cold, but unfortunately my office is permanently boiling. What is going on here? This has been like 10 minutes.
He was going to do a full restart.
Right, but how long does it take to restart a computer?
Apparently quite a while. Apparently quite a fucking while.
This is fucking intolerable. So, the understanding that I had a bit about EG and their sort of way of running their esports team is that they didn't really care if the Dota team was successful or not, genuinely, because the brand is big enough. Artur and guys like that always bring in the viewers. They don't actually have to be successful. The problem is now they're kind of becoming a laughingstock, and I think that is bad for your brand, because you just can't be this dog shit this often and just crash out of things, and you just can't. Like, they need a change. Otherwise, it's literally EG is just like some sort of.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I can respect them getting rid of the roster.
I agree, though. A tweet, not really. Just do a video of some kind. Goodbye to the guys. Something, not just a tweet. We dropped our entire roster. It's like, wow, okay.
And this is like the death knell of NA Dota, right? Because TSM are fucked, like royally screwed, because they were relying on FTX's money.
Yeah.
And FTX has no money. Their money never existed. So I don't know what they're going to do. So is it just Arkosh? Arkosh and Nouns? And because Quincy Crew's also lost, Sonics has stopped sponsoring Quincy Crew, so that's gone.
I mean, if they're not lucky, there literally won't be. There will be one slot, and you know, it might even stop being a region. Like, it might just be SA, EU, CIS, China, Southeast Asia, and you'll just add extra slots to those regions, which would be tragic. But yeah, it's really bad. It's really, really, really bad. I'm going to the toilet, and do you know what? I don't care if the lads wait. They can do what the fuck they like. This is unbelievable.
Team, I have bad news for you. It's 4 minutes to 9, and we are still only 20 minutes in. Think about that. 4 minutes to 9 PM, and we have gone nowhere. It's gonna be a long one. It's gonna be a fucking long one. I'd say, you know, go and get your snacks, prepare yourself. I feel like there's something great about, you know, going past midnight though. Some magic can happen in the early hours of the morning. Snooks has a piece of cake. I recommend a piece of cake. I've got some Chocoloni's chocolate here, ready to fuel me on. Might go grab some Baileys if I want a little treat for myself. A little, you know, well done for sitting through this dog shit pause. He's, you know, the call has been he's in Dota 2. I have no more information than that.
Still paused? Are you serious?
We are still paused.
Since it's just become podcast chat.
Eri?
Yeah, you want to come in and just hang out?
Eri, this is fucking ridiculous.
I think Eri's just gone to bed, to be honest.
No, but I mean, we can't be having this. Someone's having bad ping, so we literally spend... This is over 20 minutes of the game we've been waiting for Grumpy. Over 3 pauses. This is stupid. Like, I'm sorry, but you can't just restart everything. If that doesn't work, we've wasted that time for nothing. It's fucking ridiculous. We're all waiting around for nothing. It's going to be 9 o'clock. We're not even at 20 minutes. Never do that again. If someone needs to decide to restart, they fucking forfeit. That's it. Can't be having this. Cheesy Bacon has ravaged the solo ravage.
The Death Ravage. Well, the thing is, they've had a long time to strategize this series of plays, so we're going to see some good stuff.
Heretic? What? He just didn't.
Grumpy Nerd is still disconnected.
Yeah, is he? Oh yeah, he is.
He is still disconnected. Yeah, I can Discord stream it.
He's back. He's moving his hero, or
Middle
someone
tower
is.
under
Someone's
attack.
moving his hero, but if you see on the minimap, it's a red arrow or dot or whatever you use. Oh, now he's reconnected properly. I think he's gone to green. There you go.
I think there should be an apology on my desk. I mean, I'm not affected by it, but I want an apology on my desk.
It's unbelievable.
Dire's
I've
middle
turned
tower
down
Nice,
the
cool,
fucking
cool.
the stream quality.
What? Are you saying my stream quality is bad?
It's like watching a mosaic at the moment.
Really?
Dire's
Like
middle tower is
I'll
under
post in
attack.
goons when I
It says 60 FPS 1080 is what it's
No, I
trying
mean
to do.
I think the FPS is not too bad. It's just like a bit scuffed.
Yeah, it's generally speaking the Discord stream settled in after a moment or two.
I put it in dudes.
Oh, very pretty.
Oh, that is gorgeous. I reckon you can see enough to follow what's going on. You know?
No, I can. I mean,
key
you know
details are
how my
there.
old PC was, bro. This is nothing. This is nothing.
This is what I mean about last hits not being gotten. First view there, I thought it was going to go the way of the non-gotten last hits.
Radiant's
That
middle
kind of
tower
shit.
is under attack.
Where you think you need to spend some more time farming, and they spend that time farming, but they don't get any of the last hits. You see that quite often. See if SEGA can get some of these. That's one.
Our choppers are faster than ever.
They're going to get cheesy. It's a lot of expenditure on a solo tie.
He could ravage this if his team is coming. I think I would have ravaged that.
I don't even think he had the opportunity. So I'm like, this is a big old chrono. Everything is dead.
Unfortunately, everybody walked into it, but sure.
Oh, and then the stolen roll. The finger did not work out. Honestly, from the 20 seconds I've seen of Rubik, he's done okay.
Yeah,
I was actually
playing well.
praying for the Rubik team to lose because I'm sick of this. Seeing the show.
Oh, he's sick of Rubik's.
Please,
Yeah.
lads, cast your spell.
What, in the in-house or in general?
I think in general a bit.
Oh, Rort's played
Well, you know-
Rubik the other day. I'm not even kidding. It was awesome. Oh, he's calling it.
What a hero. We salute you. Oh, it's not fixed. Okay.
Is it? But how can they said he had bad thing? How bad are we talking? If it was like
600.
600.
Okay, that's pretty bad. Pretty bad. Get on the phone.
Well, this was
to
one of the games.
Virgin
We're obviously we're KBJ and Grumpy Nerd.
Yeah, 100%.
I think you have to, and you can also LVP Eri for the fun of it.
Agreed. I mean, I think the problem is if his ping is dog shit and restarting the game doesn't fix it. I don't see. I mean, we literally waited 20 minutes for him to restart everything. Presumably, even he rebuilt his computer from scratch or something. I don't know what takes 20 fucking minutes to reboot. If it's his router and his computer take 20 minutes to reboot, what can I say? Maybe don't offer to do that. Just don't say, oh, I'll just reboot. If you know it takes 20 minutes to reboot the shit, don't do it. Don't do it. It was dreadful. Awful, awful game. Let's just put it from our minds and move on.
I remember I was playing in a Ruby stack with a few other people, and when we were queuing, I kid you not, I was just like swinging my feet about, and my foot pressed on like the power socket button.
Right.
It turned everything off. And they waited like half an hour for me to come back because my PC was really bad, and like my internet was breaking and stuff. I finally get back in the stack. They queue it up again. The queue pops and my internet goes down.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
They didn't seem to mind that much, but I felt pretty bad.
As an internet problem haver, I will say the issue with my internet has never been that I can't even connect. It's just been that I can't stream. So I have been lucky in that regard. But I have previously had issues with ping spikes. Ashwin, are you coming for this one?
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, get in the lobby. They're not gonna be the channel.
Please
make these less than 1 hour. That's good. I like that. I'm all for that. Oh, that was technically speaking only like 25 minutes.
Technically speaking, one of the fastest in-house games of all time.
Actually, I think you'll find that game's only 25 minutes.
So, Grumpy, did you know it was going to take you 20 minutes to restart your router and PC? And whose PC takes that long to restart? Is your router fucking powered by tiny mice or something? What is going on?
I remember my old PC used to take, at least it used to take that long to, it wasn't just like turning on. The turning on would take, you know, like 3 minutes. And that's to get to desktop. And then there was just so much shit on there that getting to desktop, opening up things, closing everything, trying to get Steam on, get the Steam guard out,
Right.
go, and then finally open up Dotes, but like the Steam hasn't updated. Specifically, Steam updates when it just has the looking for updates and there's no sign of any progress happening. You're just sat there.
That's a slow hard drive thing, I think, because I think it's having to go through your thing and go like, just let me check all this.
But that took like 10 minutes. So I mean, if my PC turned off like in a game, I was done for. Like, it was
3 minutes.
And like if I had to restart my PC between games, I'd just say get someone else in because that's can't rate around.
Yeah. I do wonder. The thing is, you've got enough good NA players in a couple of teams, but there don't seem to be any NA orgs.
There's not a massive amount of talent like there is in other regions. That, like you said, there is enough lads to make 2 teams.
Oh, easy.
But EU has like fucking 8 teams that can win TI legitimately.
But the thing is, the EU is a lot more countries who are all into Dota. North America is like the UK, not really into Dota. The only reason they've been able to put any teams together is because they got 300 million people plus. But I mean, that's like a decent chunk of Europe, and we've managed to put together way more teams than that. But the NA is just not a Dota country. It's just not. It's like the UK, but stretched out bigger. Like, we've got players of Dota and lovers of Dota. I mean, fucking hell.
I mean, it's probably inherently because American people and British people are just fundamentally stupid. And Dota was
I'm
not
sure that's it. Very easy thing to say, that, isn't it? They're just stupid. What bollocks. Who made Dota 2? Who is the casters, the analysts, the presenters, dare I see it, the host of late game?
With a charisma, but we're not the brains by the operation.
Well, we're just not about doing things, are we? We get other people to do that.
Yeah.
We are watchers. It goes to the core of why we don't win at many sports.
Well, the sports we do win at is often the sports where we're sitting down, like cycling and rowing. Very good at those.
Also, sports rowing. Obviously, you can be posh and row, and nobody thinks.
Yeah, and any posh sport is usually pretty pog.
Just won the cricket.
True.
Decently posh as well.
It's decently posh, but it is at least played in schools occasionally. I don't think schools. I mean, some schools probably do row, but I don't think that many do. Not that many have the facilities.
Eri, if there's any chance we could fucking get 10 lads together and have a game, that would be amazing. That would really be amazing. Because I don't give a shit if this is a big fucking debate about which of these lads. Get some fucking lads in the game and let's go. It's been literally half an hour with nothing happening, and it's taken 10 minutes to get 10 lads to pick a fucking slot. Tell them to get the fuck on with it. Please! This is fucking insane. This is longer than in-houses. This is literally just nothing happening houses. Just go! Fucking go!
And despite that, viewership rising continuously. They love the nothing happening in-house.
There is nothing on the line. Just fucking go! Christ, the let's treat it like this is the most important fucking day of the week. Just play Dotes! Give us some people to watch. Let them play! It doesn't need to be a big fucking production.
Or
How long does it take to put these 10 players into a lobby?
I don't know what the clip is called.
What, the one of me shouting at Mum?
No, what the fuck have I activated here?
Soccer Crest is now playing! There you go, selfish. Selfish is the clip.
This is unfucking believable. He's now left! If this is about team balancing, I'm literally fucking done, Eri. I'm not even kidding. If this is team balancing, I am fucking out. I will go play Football Manager perfectly happily. This is insane. We have spent half an hour fucking doing nothing, and now we've decided that Jazz Hands has to swap a shot. Just please give us something to watch. Just go!
We're in! Woo!
Fucking unbelievable! Come in.
I would love for that to be a clip for the in-house awards, by the way. So someone could do that. Would be good.
I have a lot of t-shirts. Bring me the t-shirts. Bring me some of the t-shirts. I'll tell you which ones to throw away.
But I already put them all in.
All right. Leave all the things you can't fit into one side, and I'll have a clear out. Okay. Cheers, buddy.
Love you.
Love you too.
Oh, imagine if not everyone connects. Oh, I was so ready for that. I was so ready. I just kind of want to sow chaos today.
Eri.
Well, you know, last
Eri,
week's
are you in chat, please?
Was an incredible in-house.
Last week's was an incredible in-house.
Eri, karma has to flow.
Eri, are you in chat? Please,
what is he
please
eating?
answer
me.
He's
eating a horse.
He's kissing a horse.
He's had too many Findus burgers.
Is he doing a Munt cosplay, or is that his hair? Looks a lot like the beanie.
No, that's just his hair.
Okay, but Eri, how does it take the lads fucking 15 minutes to fit 10 guys in a lobby?
10 seconds remaining.
Like, it's ridiculous. That's not even the draft, and now they're going to use maximum draft time as well. This is what I don't understand, how it takes that long to get 10 people to get into a lobby. If we're short of people, that's something else. But if we have people, and it's literally about people going, I'm going to pick... You need to tell them, guys, please hurry up. We haven't even had 20 minutes of Dota, and it's 9:10. Like, there has to be... You have to fucking crack the whip, Eri, because this is fucking ridiculous. It's insane. 9:20, and we're still in the draft for the first game it's going to be. Like, please... Crack some heads and say, lads, we're way behind, let's go. This is the start of the second game.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
You said first game. I was worried there.
The first game was 20 minutes. That's how much Dota we saw, basically. 20 minutes. The whole other hour and 10 minutes we've been streaming for was either the interminable amount of time it takes the lads to draft and to pick the players to play on the team, and then balancing, which is like the most sedate thing ever. If you thought drafting was bad, get ready for the pre-drafting lobby, because that also fucking sucks. And then we paused for more time than the game ran for. That's how bad that was. And then, understand that we're behind schedule, the lads' response is to take 15 minutes to get to this stage. In better news... I'm off to York University next week.
Yeah.
And they have an esports department there where they're doing esports production.
10 seconds remaining.
They basically need content. So they're putting on a tournament. I relinked this tweet earlier and I retweeted it earlier. They're basically looking... Let me read the thing to you. If you are a woman or a non-binary Dota 2 player and want to be paid £50 to play in a best of 3 on the 28th of November, go ahead and click on this link. I retweet it. You can get in there and sign up. They're trying to encourage women to play Dota and non-binary people to play Dota. So go ahead and jump in if you want. I'm also going to talk to them about potentially 1 week for the in-houses. They do the production for the in-houses as a practice. Because they need practice. Like, that's the whole point of university, isn't it? You just need fucking content. So... They could run the in-houses. They could have, like, a panel, and they could have graphics, and they could do whatever the fuck they want, and they just throw to us as the casters, and we just cast a game, and then we throw back to the studio, and they do whatever they need to do, and make it like a production.
So would they be the panel, though?
Yes, they'd be the panel, and they would be...
And they have to chat about the game.
Yeah. But remember,
Yeah,
I mean,
funny.
essentially, I don't think you're there to train to be a
10
presenter.
seconds remaining.
You're in production. So I think what you're actually doing there is
5
you just
seconds
literally need
remaining.
bodies for people to point cameras at and things for vision mixers to mix between and audio engineers and everything. So the sort of casters, not the casters, but the presenters, if you like, are essentially other students who are presumably also learning this production side of things.
I was thinking about it a lot after we talked about it the other day. I was like thinking about if they have to make up their own ads to like, you know, slip into the panel work.
Right.
Because obviously ads big part if you want to
Big
work
part.
in esports.
Not even
make
kidding.
money.
You are spot on, Asher. They need to think of ways to come up with clever advertising content. Otherwise, you don't have a tournament. It's that simple.
Yeah.
Radiant team.
Do I want to talk to them with the in-houses? I would love to see the in-houses given actual production level production. That would be fucking hilarious. With like a panel, swooshing graphics and shit like that.
I mean, how many of them would it be? Like,
I don't know. I mean, we start at 8, right? So I don't think the students will want to be there for all 3 games. But as a thing for them to stream, it would be kind of fun.
Well, as esport students, they're of course going out partying at some point.
5 seconds remaining.
More importantly, if they actually want to work in esports, they need to get used to the idea that starting work at 8 is perfectly normal.
Yeah.
I'd be the harshest lecturer. So it's 8 o'clock. Can we go home? 8 o'clock? I start work at 8 o'clock. How dare you? You kids these days are sport run. They won't be covering Dota though. If they're looking at esports careers over the next 20 years, I can't imagine Dota will be a big name, unfortunately. Jake, if you guys had carried on playing, if you guys had to restart Grumpy again, I would have gone and played Football Manager and abandoned this. Like, I'm not even kidding. I was losing.
That didn't happen now.
I'm losing my mind as it is that it's coming up to 9:20. And the lads have taken this long to draft these heroes. It's like they literally don't care about the viewers' time. They don't care. This is a slap in the face. If you guys are watching this,
a mockery of all 521 of you.
All of you should see these
they made
players.
A mockery of you
they're
and
insulting
your
you.
time.
They're insulting you. They're literally.
Just look at that ogre as he huffs
at you.
air in and out.
If you do have any complaints, message Gregors.
Yeah, make sure to message our resident mod Gregors.
Oh, you know that was it this morning or yesterday morning? Someone was just constantly talking about the internet issues you were having. They actually DM'd fucking Greg. They actually did it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they were so sincere about it. They were like, "I'm supposed to message you."
I think I'm supposed to message you something about approving my quality settings. Where's the actual message? It's in there somewhere. God, it's fucking way back. Yo, what's this thing about getting quality settings approved? Me confused.
Oh man, he even said it in anime voice.
I know, dude.
What is this? Slash ban.
Silencer.
Me confused. It's not even shorter.
Me confused.
Not even shorter.
It's not. It's one character shorter.
It's well. I mean, if you just say "I'm."
That's you got an apostrophe.
Well, I guess yeah, the apostrophe.
It's a
but
key
you know,
press.
we messed up the apostrophe. There's not a word "im." We don't need it.
5 seconds remaining.
Did Greg reply?
I don't think he's replied to any of them.
I feel like you should. It would definitely be a load of fun if you did.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I tried to DM the treasury. You seen the Treasury Discord thing?
Yeah.
Ted? I tried to DM their like a social admin account and like trying to slide into their DMs. They had their privacy. I was so sad.
Oh. Can you imagine how many private DMs the Treasury Discord admins?
Oh yeah, I understand why they did it, but I was about to strike up a great friendship, and they turned me down.
You would have been an asset to the Treasury Discord. If you need a CV, Plague, like a recommendation, I will happily give you a what do they call it, a referral letter or whatever. Plague has been a fine, understanding member of my community.
Can you call me Plague in your
yes.
your recommendation? That'd be perfect.
I did see that someone their username was "fuck Tory bastards" or something like that. And
oh, there's a whole bunch of them.
Some
of them were just so sweet though. There was Corporal Crayon. It's just such a sweet name, and everyone reacted with the crayon emoji. I was like, that made me happy. I want to be Corporal Crayon when I grow up.
Are you not grown up yet?
Not quite yet. I have to get a job first, obviously.
Oh yeah.
I think you already were a semi-wage cuck.
Semi.
I'm not a wage cuck at all. I'm a volunteer.
I mean, being the inheritor of that wealth is a full-time job.
Managing my pater's estate.
You get so annoyed whenever we mention it.
Oh, dude, it's so embarrassing
every time.
It's because it's so not how I talk to my fucking parents. Pater. Mason Pater. I've been very disappointed with the money you're giving
managing
me
the vast estate with which I am to be betrothed. No, wait, bestowed.
Well, the annoying thing is, every single time they spend money, they make the same joke about how they're spending my inheritance. Every single time.
Get him on the stream. Let's have a word.
To parents, yes.
There is something to be said for parents in their 80s going out and buying fucking 80 grand's worth of caravan or something, which I know someone's parents did.
You're still hung up over this. Isn't this an advert you saw?
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
It was for the...
People actually do that, though.
Yeah, draw down the money in your house and spend it on... Treat yourself now. It's like, yeah, give your money to someone else rather than to your kids. It's disgraceful. It's disgraceful. How many years are you going to... The caravan's going to be in peak condition when you die. Why buy it? Like, if you bought it in your 60s and ran it into the ground, fair enough. You wait until you're 85 and then you buy a fucking caravan. It's like, you can be... Unless it's going to be your coffin, it's a waste of fucking money. That's what I'd say to my parents. Actually, I never would. If I was on the advert, I would.
You probably would say that.
Unless I'm meant to set this on fire and push it down a fucking river, you can fuck off. That better be your funeral caravan, or I'm out.
Well, that to be fair, you're probably. Actually, I have no idea. Maybe you're expecting a large sum of wealth from your parents.
Not really. My dad.
How pissed off would you be if they spent what you would believe to be your inheritance?
My mum doesn't have any money, so fair play. And my dad has 4 children, and I'm not in particularly good terms with him. So if I didn't get anything, it wouldn't surprise me.
Well, caravan away then.
No, I don't give a shit, in all honesty. I committed a long time ago to making my own way and not relying on my fucking parents. Because one was poor and one's useless, so I'm not going to rely on either of them.
Radiant team pick.
What's wrong, Myers? Is this the Myers and his horse image is upsetting you? The game's off? No, it's not. He's just upset because it's Myers and his horse is the team name, but he's not on the team, I presume.
There is actually a problem with the in-house. Oh my god.
No. What do you mean?
Sir Reginald, Jads needs to leave. Ninja Snowman, what do you mean? Like now? Sir Reginald, yes. British Judge Hands has disconnected from the game. Ninja Snowman asks, well, what are we doing? Yoi says, keep drafting, and then you guys grab a new goon. And we use this draft.
Well, I mean, it's kind of up to Ted now.
I don't fucking care.
What is your response? Have you got any rebuttal to this?
It is 9:20. Wait, sorry. Eri, if you want to cancel this week, I'm down. I'm genuinely down to cancel this week. The goons are fucking insufferable. I would like British Jazz Hands banned from the in-houses for the next 6 weeks, please. What do you mean I have to go? What does that mean?
He wasn't even brave enough to say it himself. Someone else had to say it for him.
Oh, that is criminal.
But what does that mean? I have to go. Criminal. What does that mean? We waited 15 minutes in the lobby. Could he not have told at that point, I have to go? Are you fucking serious?
Worst week ever. This is the worst week ever.
I'm out. I'm sorry, chaps. We'll try and pick this up again next week.
Do you want to play some actual Dota?
I'm actually leaving Dota. No, I can't stomach it.
Oh, you're leaving Dota.
I'm so fucking angry. The lads have triggered me so fucking much. It's better off if I just go take it out on footballs. I'm sorry, lads.
Well,
I'm sorry to the players
should I add those to your Flax's list?
I would like you to put both of those twats on
Who's
the fucking
the first
list.
guy again?
It was Grumpy Nerd. Put him on there. And fucking whoever the other one was. Who was it? British jazz hands. Get him on the
British
list.
Jazz
jazz
hands.
I
cannot
Grumpy Nut's
fucking
done
believe
my
it.
job for me. I don't even have to edit his name.
I cannot believe it. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I will see you guys tomorrow. Let's play some Dotes tomorrow if you guys
Let's
are
play
around
some
and everything.
Dotes. Yeah, why not?
All right.
See ya, buddy.
Bye. Insufferable. Absolutely fucking insufferable. Eri, I'm sure you're as annoyed as I am. This was the worst week of in-houses ever. It's going to happen now and again. It's going to happen now and again, mate. You know, we can't get angry about it, but the players are genuinely to blame. Absolutely abysmal. Have a look at yourselves, lads. Please. Have a look at yourselves and think, maybe we shouldn't spend 20 fucking minutes on the draft. How about that? It's not TI. You don't need to treat it like it is. Pick some... You guys will spend 20 minutes and then still draft shit. Stop treating it like this is the last game of Dota you're ever going to play, and if you don't win, you're going to go to hell. You guys suck at drafting. Stop taking 20 minutes to suck. Suck quickly, please. Suck as fast as possible. And also, please, when it comes to getting into the lobby, can we get in the fucking lobby? Can we get in the fucking lobby, get on a team side, and go for it? Rather than spending 15 minutes picking lads. What is going on? How does it take 15 minutes to decide on 10 people to play Dota when 2 of those people have already been chosen? You've got 2 captains. Pick 4 fucking lads. Unreal. It's just masturbation at this point. You guys are literally wanking yourselves off all over the stream and all the viewers. It's despicable. You're wasting everybody's time for a dog shit game of Dotes. Awful. Beyond disappointed. Beyond disappointed. That's me. I had to put my shirt back on, yep. So Red. Last season, obviously, we were in the playoffs. Scraped in on the final day. Who did we play against? Leyton Orient. And they beat us. They beat us. It was devastating. Genuinely devastating. Yeah, just absolutely abysmal. We lost to Leyton Orient in the first leg of the playoffs, over 2 legs, at their place. I had to endure the abuse from the Leyton Orient fans. It was grim. But our only objective was to stay up. No, I've got one. This is the interview background for Blackburn. Obviously, it's it's grim up north and all that. So it's not quite big enough, but I quite like that. It's nicely scut. Yeah, obviously, but I've decided now. But I've been in Blackburn long enough that manager's become northern. He's no longer a Cockney. He's a northerner. It suits Blackburn more. Googly Moogly, we were top of the league. We were top of the league. And then it all went south. Who's offering here? Loan offer for Jake Fish. Yeah, sure. Loan offer for Mark Wilson. Yeah, absolutely. Greg Hilson. Yep, get rid of him. And no, I don't want to loan this lad out. I want to keep him around. Ashley Phillips, what's this? Who's made offers? 7 million quid, 12 million quid. He has no interest in joining Augsburg. We'll cancel that. I mean, this is a dog shit valuation. I would want 10 million quid. I'll take that. I'll take that. And what's the other one? 7 million quid up front and 3.8 million quid over 6 months. I'll accept both offers and he can fight it out. We're gonna lose Phillips. That's the way it is. After speaking with Abdul Halim Khamis. Wait a second. Hang on. What seems to be the problem here? I think you're ready to be playing at a higher standard, mate. I don't think you're ready to play for fucking Millwall. I think you're going to be a really good player. I don't want to send you to fucking Millwall on loan. I think you learn anything. You'll learn more staying here with us and actually playing championship football. So sad, what? I don't even want to fucking talk about it. This was the worst week of in-houses that we've ever done. For poor Eri, it is 11:30 at night, and we hadn't even started game 2. That is how badly it's gone. Oh, you were going ahead with a game 2 remake off stream, and Clavs picked the wrong hero and fucked the lobby. Just honestly, Eri, mate, sack it off tonight. If they want, listen, Eri, they can fucking organise a lobby. All right. Please, don't stay up late fucking holding these bellends hands. If they want to sort a lobby for a private game, they can fucking do it themselves. They don't need you to do it. Seriously. Please do not spend your evening doing that. Sack it off, mate. Because you know, none of this was your fault. The lads are just fucking hopeless. An hour and a half when we had 20 minutes of Dota. That's not on you, brother. That is on them. They need a fucking kick up the arse. I'll fucking give him the kick up the arse. You can be the good guy in this. I know you prefer being the good guy. If any of you cunts are listening, here it is, right? If you have to spend 15 fucking minutes getting 10 people into a lobby of Dota and then another 20 minutes in the draft, you are wasting everybody's time. Everybody's time. Please. Get in the fucking lobby, pick 10 lads, pick some heroes, and let's have some dotes. You can't fucking draft anyway. You guys think you're going to genius the draft? You are dog shit drafters. Dog shit. And even if you do get a good draft, it's not going to make a difference. Stop sweating about the draft. Please. Please. Just pick some fucking heroes and let's go. It's ridiculous. Clavs can't even pick the hero, and he was given the hero to pick. That's how bad you lads are at Dota. Please. It's ludicrous. It's like someone who cannot drive spending an hour choosing which car they're going to crash. That's the situation. Thank you, Yoso. I'll turn alerts back on.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Yoso_Zak just resubbed for 88 months.
Now,
Seems
Yoso,
like as good of an evening to sub as any other.
thank you. What's with the XA? And does Yoso stand for anything? Other than, of course, the best pasta and the best bolognese sauce in Italy, which is what I stand for. That is what I stand for. You want to know what the ill I would die on, Perion, is a good pasta with a good sauce. And, of course, a good red wine that you let breathe a little bit. What does Yoso stand for? You only spawn once. Are you fucking serious? That's going on Discord. PSA for all. Yoso's name stands for you only spawn once. I don't know. He's just Yoso. That's it. I mean, a lot of the lads that were Morning Stack regulars have jobs and shit. You know what I mean? Yoso has a girlfriend. He hasn't seen her in 3 days. This from Owie's tweet. No video, highlights, or fanfare for the goodbye of the best NA Dota team with 10 years of history. This could be the end of Dota in North America. Like, even as something that people watch. The NA fans come out in spades to watch EG. Fernino, I want to see better training from you, bud. Why is a Tuesday without the in-houses? What is the fucking point? I will respond to this message. The sale of Ashley Phillips. He came to me while I told him I want a new challenge, and so I felt it right to let him go. There you go. What am I meant to do? Young lad comes to us. He decided he wanted a new challenge. Quite honestly, I think we're lucky to get 12 million quid for him. He was all right. But there are better defenders out there. And honestly, any fans of Blackburn who saw him, especially towards the second half of last season, shouldn't be craving the return of Phillips to our squad. No, I do not want to sell Raphael. Thank you very much. I will discuss this issue with him. You have a release clause in your contract. If they want you that badly, they will pay the 24.5 million quid that you will cost. Peterborough. Peterborough went up. I think that the only way for NA Dota to survive is to stop relying on the names that have been playing NA Dota for a while and build a completely new team. Start a new org, build a new team, and go for it. Because, I'll be honest with you, the field is wide fucking open. If you're gonna do it, now is the time to do it. Like, Quincy Crew is gone, EG is gone, you've got Nouns and TSM. If you put together a decent team of players, get out there, scout, look for high-ranked players who are decent, and fucking put them in a team. Why not? Why not? If sticking with the players who've been doing it for years isn't working, try a new approach. Go for a whole new team. Build a new dynasty. Why not? I'm just mad to just think that, oh, well, we need to stick around with this same squad that has honestly not been doing it. We need to stick with them again. No, do something different. Find some new players. Find some new players. You've got to do it. It must be possible. If OG can find Topson, who'd never played a LAN event before, a couple of months before TI, and then win back-to-back TIs, yes, that's an exception, but the idea that there aren't good players out there is ludicrous. Do we want to loan David Garber out? David Garber, which squad are you in? You're in the under-18s. David, good luck. 5 offers for Greg Hilson. Yeah. Go for it. Mark Wilson, yeah. Happy for them to take. Hilson and Wilson can go. You say there's not the talent. Does anybody know that for a fact? That there just aren't any good players playing in NA? I mean, I know that a lot of the top players say that the NA pubs are almost entirely staffed by like 80% South American players playing on NA servers. So maybe there just isn't the talent there. Right, but Ashwin, how much of that is new players not being given a chance and literally no new players? Also, if you want, honestly, you could just have your org based in the US and just get some Euros in. You could do that. Retrophobia, I left Leyton Orient to join Blackburn because they are a good few years ahead of Leyton in terms of the development, the facilities, the stadium, the money. So I just thought Leyton were going to struggle in the championship. I'm setting the scene for you here. I thought there's no way this team is going to do well in the championship. We don't have any money to sign new players. We're really going to struggle. So I was offered a Blackburn interview and I went. And they said, we'd love to have you. They'd just been relegated from the Premier League. They had 130 million quid in the bank. And a transfer budget of 45 million. And a cracking team. So I thought, let's fucking go. I joined them. We're top of the league. Everything's going well. Our striker, Jude Sunsup Bell, who was probably on course to score 20 goals, was annoyed that I wasn't playing him as a pressing forward. So he wanted to leave. So I said, fine. And I let him go. And I looked at my squad and I thought, you know what? Louis Fry, he's quick. He can dribble. He'll do. He's young. We'll give him a go. Colin Murphy, yeah, he's quite quick and decent at finishing a dribble. We'll give him a go. Neither of them was up to the task. We finished 6th. We were top. We had a terrible, terrible run. Let me show you. So things were going well. We're winning a decent number of games. We're not losing many. This was a good run. And then we went this period undefeated. And then this was the worst fucking 2 months. Just devastating. 3-2, 3-2, 3-0. Awful. So we dropped from automatic promotion to the playoffs. This victory gave us the playoffs because results went our way. Who do we get knocked out by in the playoffs? Leyton Orient, who didn't even have the dignity to go up. They're in the same division. So we signed some players. We got Jordan Pickford in to replace the evil Baxter. And although Pickford is old, I'm pretty sure he's way better than any of the keepers that we had. We signed Sebastian Gaviria, a young defender, and he looks like he might be pretty good. We signed Gabriel Zappa, a right defender, right back, who is not bad in the air, decent player, get up and down there, good. We signed who's Richard Ross? No, he's been in the club for a while. Iliax Moriba, who looks like a really classy midfielder, and we needed more midfielders, so I signed him. Good flair, good technique, interesting player. We signed Sebastiano De Gasperi, a defensive midfielder, on loan from Man U. He looks quite good. We signed Keiki from Southampton. He was apparently not getting enough games. Right winger who actually can score goals. Well, alright, he didn't score any last season, but he's good. We signed this young lad from Boca for £2.5 million. And I like the cut of his jib. He's going to be a bit part player. This is our striker for this season, Fer Nino. Spanish, plays as a poacher, finishing 16, off the ball 16, job fucking done. And Jaka Fekonja, this young Slovenian lad, as his apprentice. Good composure, decent finishing, decent off the ball, one for the future. So that's the plan. There were quite a few young players at big teams who were essentially good enough to play first team football and in no danger of breaking into the first team. So they sort of wanted to leave and they weren't signing a new contract, so I went and yoinked them, a couple of them. And South American teams will give you their kids very cheaply. You can buy like a decent South American youngster for like 2 or 3 million quid. So that's what we did with that lad from Boca. I said to his agent, how much for this lad? And he was like, oh, fucking top and take me. Who is this lad? What? James Edmondson, currently playing for the under-21s. Yeah, let's loan him out to Crew. That sounds like a good idea. I don't manage my own friendly matches. I recently got back into XCOM 2. I saw a cool mod highlight. I liked your gameplay. Thank you, Flash Spartan. Those were some of the most fun streams I've ever done, I think. Blackburn striker Louis Fry is reportedly a target for newly promoted Almeria. Almeria believed to be ready to discuss terms on a deal which could end up being 11.75 million quid. Expectations are high for Fry, who has been widely tipped in the media as the next Michael Owen. Really? Next thing, they be ordering sausage breads. Pastry junk. Thanks for not kicking me out, though. I love the guy's voice. Tweemel Sufmat. Listening only. What the fuck? What the fuck? Pedro signed. He was on my shortlist. That was when we were in League 2, I think. Yeah, old Krusty. I mean, dare I say it, but for him to be the next Michael Owen, that was Lewis Fry, right? So Lewis Fry is 20 and is uncapped. The next Michael Owen at 18 scored against Argentina in the World Cup. Probably should be doing it already, and was already like playing for Liverpool and scoring goals, and everybody was like, holy shit, this lad is amazing. God, Michael Owen was so good, man. He was so good. And then he started falling out, like injuries and I remember it was him and Steven Gerrard had massive hamstring problems, and that would put them out for months at a time. And they were like, oh, they come with this new warm-up routine and everything. And I'm thinking, this only happens to us, doesn't it? Like, we were still, at that point, so far behind properly looking after our footballers that someone like Michael Owen just fell off because of injuries. Then he went to Real Madrid. He scored. He actually did quite well at Real Madrid. And then his career just petered out. I always felt like, obviously, he was all about pace. So he was at Liverpool for 8 seasons. Scored 118 goals in 216 games. Went to Real Madrid. He was there for 1 season. Scored 13 goals in 36 games. Then he went to Newcastle. Scored 26 and 71. He was at Man U for 3 seasons. 5 goals in 31 games. And then went to Stoke. I always forget he went to Stoke. It's incredible. Incredible. His punditry is dreadful. He's not a likable guy. I think he's probably one of the worst public sort of figures. Let's see if we can find the corporate vid. How good was Owen actually? Asks the YouTube channel Goat. He was insanely good. Oh, this is it. Michael Owen's cringy Dubai thing. Look at this.
And this is no ordinary chopper. It's got special powers, and once we're airborne, you'll see just what I mean. Are you buckled up and ready? Great. Let's go and see Dubai. It may look a bit small from up here, but it is quite large. Roger Federer and Andre Agassi actually played a game of tennis on it. And Tiger Woods stood on it and hit golf balls into the ocean. I'm glad they never asked me to play football on it. Now, let's go see where I own my apartments. My favourite place, Dubai Sports City. I'm throwing on the afterburners, so hold on. Hey, I think that's actually Sam Torrance down there, the ex-Ryder Cup captain.
Please hit him with the ball,
Sam.
Sam.
A bit to check.
Oh, you did!
Sorry about that, folks. Just a bit too low. The shatterproof glass came in handy, but I don't think Sam's going to be too pleased with about that, folks.
Can you see, if you look at his eyes, I want you to look at Michael Owen's eyes, and then think how big the cue card must be that he's reading off. Alright, just bear with me. Look at his eyes. I'll go full screen so you can get a good look. Look at his eyes.
Sorry about that, folks. Just a bit too low. The shatterproof glass came in handy, but I don't think Sam's going to be too pleased with us getting in the way of his drive.
So, that must be at a distance. His eyes literally move like almost a full rotation when he's reading, right? Sorry about that, folks. The shatterproof glass came in handy. Sam Torrance must not be paying much attention when he's doing his drives or whatever the fuck he said. His eyes are like moving so much. Just look at it. Just look at this. Look how much his fucking eyes move when he's reading. And you can see him leaning in like, I'm not reading the auto cue.
Sorry about that, folks. Just a...
Look at his eyes at this point are completely...
Sorry about that, folks. Just a bit too low.
He's looking like here.
The shatterproof...
And now he's looking like here. Sorry, in mass. Sorry about that, folks. Just look at this. I'd never noticed this before.
Sorry about that, folks. Just a bit too low. The shatterproof glass came in handy, but I don't think Sam's going to be too pleased with us getting in the way of his drive. Good thing he has that great Scottish sense of humour.
Oh my god. That's so bad. Who's bidding for James Edmondson? Really? The game thinks Louis Fry is better than Nino. Interesting. I don't believe that to be the case. Wayne Rooney's wine ad? Castillero del Diablo?
Hey, Sid. Have you heard the rumour?
What rumour, George?
God.
Guys, we have a problem. The boss said that new devil is arriving. Is he well known?
Famous throughout the world.
And what did they say about him? They say he is a legend.
Do you know, I'll be honest with you, Ryan Giggs' acting was actually like, if that was on telly and he was like suspect number 4, you wouldn't really notice. Like, who cares? You know what I mean? Evra was not good. But Rooney is like, they say that a new devil is arriving. They should just say to him, Wayne, just say it the way you'd say it. Like, just say it the way you'd say it. Just say, like, hey lads, they say a new devil's arriving. What's that about? Job done. Because you're not hiring Wayne Rooney to be an actor. You're hiring Wayne Rooney to be Wayne Rooney, so let him be Wayne Rooney. Just don't even try to act, lads. Stop focusing on your lines and trying to get it right. Just literally say it exactly the way you would say it. Okay, you could be number 7. You can be number 8. I reckon they'll be better if you give them their actual number. Raphael, you can be number 14. And Murphy, you can be number 10. Although I don't know why you want to be number 10. You're never going to be the number 10 for us. You are. Maybe one day. Richard Ross. You know what, Rich? If you want to be number 7, mate, you can be number 7. Oh, wait. Yeah, he's on loan. He's on loan. We'll give him number 28, which is a multiple of 7. Very good under Freddy. Very good.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Gunnar Krigmort just resubbed for 33 months. Put me in, Gaffer. I can do it.
Is this X-Men Apocalypse Manchester United? Is that the one you mean?
Moira, I'm going to have to ask you to keep this a secret.
I don't even know what this is.
It's Cerebro.
the new model. What are those?
Those are all the humans of the world. And these are all the mutants. We're looking for a particular group of mutants to help us defeat Apocalypse. We need a mutant with incredible reflexes.
How about David De Gea?
Oh no!
I was thinking
No!
more like Nike.
No! No!
Crawler.
Of course.
Next, we need a speedster, fast as lightning.
How about Anthony Martial? He's pretty fast.
Well, yes, but not as fast as Quicksilver.
Good point, Charles.
Finally, we need someone with intensity and incredible focus.
Wait, I've got it. Cyclops.
Actually, Hank, I'm thinking of a different mutant. Hello, old friend.
Hello, Charles.
Wayne?
Wayne, we need you on the battlefield again.
Anything for the team.
It's going to take everything you've got to defeat Apocalypse.
Who?
I'll explain when we get there. Hank, prepare the X-Jet. We're going to Manchester.
Everything they've built!
I don't want to see more. All I can think of is how much money that cost. Just think how much money that cost. The actors, the players, the effects, the set, the costumes, the filming days, the editing days, all the post-production. Just think how much that cost. I'm assuming that given that was promotion for the X-Men movie, right? That they do ones for a bunch of the big teams. So I bet they get a bunch of Real Madrid players to do the same fucking thing, and they just dub it over in Spanish with different players, and then they do it in Italy with like Juventus, and they do it again in France with some like PSG players. Like it's all part of. This is when you look at the budget for a film, and they say, "Oh, it cost 180 million to make." There's also a huge fucking cost of advertising, right? Like big. .2010 World Cup Nike advert. That's not the best. The best is the, I think it was the France 98 Nike advert. This is a classic.
Por causa das condições do tempo, o voo 409 para Paris está atrasado.
Danielson got so much screen time, and it's Danielson. looks dangerous.
É samba de preto velho, samba de
So, no word of a lie, we all thought that was the coolest fucking thing. Like, absolutely unbelievable. Exactly, Titan. If you say to the footballers, look, lads, you don't have to say anything. We just want you to play football, and we'll build it up a little bit. But you just have to kick a football. Well, that was really good, but that's still not the best one. The best football-based advertisement of all time is Nike Park Life. This is amazing. I'm gonna have to delete the VOD after this, but fuck it.
Football, football, football. We get nothing but football, morning, noon and night.
Shut up. Have an Eric, boys. Confidence is a preference for the habitual voyeur of what is known as. A morning suit can be avoided if you take a route straight through what is known as. John's got brewer's fruit, he gets intimidated by the dirty pigeons. They love a bit of him. Who's that gut lord marching? You should cut down on your pork life, mate. Get some exercise. All the people, so many people, from there you're along with the fight. You're going in the front. Why have you done that? Because you ain't
really fucking good. Really good. That was like all the big names at the time. Anything with fucking Cantona in. It was great. It was really, really good. Austin Arimu. What? Are you in the 21s? Austin, you're not quite there physically. I'm going to loan you out to Lincoln to learn how to play football. Thank you, Ludenhosen. That's when TV advertising actually used to be worth it. Like, I don't think it's worth it now. It has to be something else. It has to be more than that. Who watches fucking telly? Who watches adverts? You know what I mean? There's too much on-demand stuff. Like, people used to fucking talk about adverts. Like, they used to be like... They used to become part of the sort of... there would be catchphrases from adverts. When was the last time there was an advert that became a catchphrase? And I mean a TV advert that became like a catchphrase. Super Bowl, you're right. The Super Bowl is different. You've Been Tangoed was a big thing at school. For anyone that doesn't know, let me show you You've Been Tangoed. This was a cultural phenomena. I'm not even kidding. This got banned.
Hello, Tony. I think we might use a video replay here.
Super, Ralph. Let's do that.
Oh, yes, we could be in for a quintessential tango taste sensation here. Why, yes, Tony, let's look again.
Yes, Ralph. The big orange fella ran in from the left, and he gives him a good old slapping.
It just illustrates the bite and buzz of real oranges in tango.
Yes, Ralph. Super taste sensation, smashing drink, lovely.
You know when you've been tangoed.
And then, because kids were fucking perforating their eardrums, slapping each other in the face, they decided, no, this isn't good. We're going to have to do this slightly differently. and they he runs up and plants his hand over the other guy's mouth and kisses him. That was what they changed it to. They literally were going bang, and the thing is, if you slap your hands over someone's ears like that, the pressure can burst your eardrums. Marvel Comics, they do it all the time. Bang! They pop people's eardrums. I don't think it's something you could ever do in a fight, because someone would just need to be standing there. You need to be able to have time to get both your arms wide, bang, like that. I doubt it's a move you could ever actually use, but it does do that. It's quite funny. There we go. Hull on the 7th. We're gonna start. The Guinness advert, the doon 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 like that. That was a big one as well. Tick becomes talk, becomes tick, becomes talk. At the time, they looked amazing, and now you look at them and they look fairly simple because, of course, this is like CGI was in its early days and everything. But it was huge. But yeah, you're right. The Super Bowl in the States still has them. Because that's the thing that people stick on, and it's on all day, right? But I don't think that advertising has the same effect that it used to when you would just have to sit there and watch telly. The Terry Tate office linebacker, yeah, they were good. Belly's gonna get you. Reebok Belly advert. 2006. Nightmare fuel indeed. Let me show you some of the adverts from my youth that literally became like cultural touchstones. Everybody knew them.
I don't suppose you have a copy of Fly Fishing by J.R. Hartley. It is rather old. It's by J.R. Hartley.
No luck, Dad. Never mind. There's still a few more to try.
Good old yellow pages. We don't just help with the nasty things in life, like a blocked drain. We're there for the nice things, too.
You do? Oh, that's wonderful. Can you keep it for me? My name, oh yes, it's J.R. Hartley.
Perfect advert. Everybody knew it. The Aardman. Oh, who was it for? It was for an electricity company.
All flat after you've just done a run, and it's always nice to come into somewhere warm if you've been freezing to death outside on a 10-mile slog. Yeah, it's easily controllable, and it needs to be easily controllable as well, because I don't have much time. I'm a very busy person, so I have to have everything just as I need it. Well, they should be sort of fairly modern in design, and they've got to be easily turn off and onable.
For all your creature comforts.
So that turn off and onable became like a thing. The Umbongo ads were massive. Right. This was the 80s. I think they might have even started in the 70s. This is the 80s. Bear in mind, this is not something you would make nowadays.
Way down deep in the middle of the Congo, a hippo took an apricot, a guava, and a mango. He stuck it with the others and he danced a diddy tango. The rhino said, I know, we'll call it Umbango. Umbango, the triggity Congo. Python picked the passion from the mammal, said the mandarin. The parrot painted bandits got the hunk of good land it is. So when it comes to sun and fun and goodness in the jungle, they all prefer the sunny, funny one they call Umbango.
Libby's Umbango. High juice drinks.
Umbongo. It's like if you had to ask Boris Johnson to come up with a juice name that was going to be... We kind of want to theme it around like an African thing. Call it Bongo. Just incredible. Just incredible. This is another one. So this is interesting because when I watched this as a kid, this would have been a cultural reference that my parents understood. This is what I'm going to next, Titan, because there was a comedy act called The Black Crows that was big in the, I want to say 30s and 40s. My grandmother had them on a gramophone record, and I used to listen to them. No word of a lie, a hand-cranked gramophone that you wound up, and then it would play the records, and when it ran down, you'd wind it up again. She had these old LPs, and they were the Black Crows. I'll find some for you. So the Kia Ora advert, Kia Ora is something that you say in New Zealand as a way of saying hello, but they took the name and they put it into a fruit drink, much like Umbongo. Might well have been Libby's as well, I don't know. But basically, look at the characters and understand that the reference is to a 40s and 50s way of depicting black people, specifically black Americans. So this is a low quality version. So you can see right away that this is an extremely dated way of depicting people of color, right? Like, this is literally the 1930s and 40s depiction. And this is in the 80s, and I was watching this as a kid on TV.
Aura?
It's too orangey for crows. It's just for me and my dog.
I'll be your dog. I'll be your dog.
I mean, this is unfucking believable. The sort of literal mammy from Gone with the Wind. This is 1987 or something.
We all adore Aura.
Incredible. It's incredible. That was 1987. Amazing. Amazing. Anyway, alright. Football. Let's see how the new team perform. It's a hell of a ball. So, Davey, I would say the biggest difference is Martin Lawrence is black. Do you understand the difference? Because if Martin Lawrence wants to do that movie, that's on him. And whilst I'm not saying that people who aren't white can't be racist, the fact is, it is at least his race. And there is not a history of black people making fun of black people in a way that is racist. But there is a big history of white people making fun of black people in a way that is racist. Like, you must understand the difference. That if I use a stereotype, but it's at least my race, that's on me. And if people of my race want to say, Martin, that wasn't cool, that's one thing. But if you're advertising to Britain in 1987, which is a very white country, and you're using black stereotypes, I've got to say, I don't think it's okay to say, well, they do it. Because that's the same argument that racists use when they say, how come it's okay for black people to use the N-word, but I can't? Do you know what I mean? There is a fundamental difference. If you want to reclaim that, or you want to use it, and that's your race or your background, that's one thing. If you have an issue with that, that's not for us to complain about. That's for black people to complain about. That's for the black culture to complain about. But it's not my place to step in and say, actually, Mr. Lawrence, you're not allowed to use black stereotypes or the N-word because it's racist. Pretty sure they can decide that for themselves. I mean, if you've ever seen the Medea films, I can't remember the name of the guy who does them. Very, very successful movies. I honestly can't remember the name of the guy because they have literally no cultural impact in the UK at all. I don't think they've even ever played in the cinema here. Those films are all stereotype, but they're made by a black person for a black audience. So if they want to laugh at their own Tyler Perry, if they want to laugh at their own culture, their own history, other black people, that's fine. That's up to them. If someone's got an issue with it, I'm sure there are plenty of black people who fucking hate those movies and think that they're, you know, playing into stereotypes or whatever. It's a black actor making movies for a black audience. Whatever you want to do. It's not my place to say this is unacceptable. But if a bunch of white comedians blacked up and did the same thing, yes, that's racist. It's ridiculous to say otherwise. Just like if a gay comedian comes out and makes jokes about being gay. Would you like it if Jim Davidson gets up and tells a bunch of racist jokes and a bunch of homophobic jokes? You'd be like, well, they do it. Yeah, Mel Brooks and the whole Jewish thing, right? He made a lot of jokes about being Jewish. That was like a big Mel Brooks thing. But Mel Brooks is Jewish. Let's have a look. Libby's... Kiora. Oh. Do I know if it was made by white people? No, I guess I don't, Davey. Do you know it was made by black people? I mean, it was like 1987 Britain. I doubt you found an all-black advertising company. I doubt it. I just kind of doubt it. Maybe you're right. I mean, if you want to go down the road of being like asking the impossible, then sure, but I'm meant to go and research every production person who was involved in the making of the Kiora advert in 1987. It's a bit silly, isn't it? I'd be happy to bet a decent amount of money that the advert was made by a bunch of white people. Designed, filmed, animated by, yeah, pretty happy. If it's revealed that it was actually all the work of Lenny Henry or someone, then sure, so be it. But I'd still be pretty happy to bet on it in the first place. I would say it would be unusual. I mean, having grown up in that era, racism was definitely still a thing. It was definitely not, you know, hidden. It was like in plain view, and it was seen as like fine. You know, lots of comedians that were still around, lots of TV shows. There was some sort of shows on the up that were breaking through that, and I guess shows like Desmond's was a big one, which was about a bunch of immigrants from the Caribbean, Nigeria, who were in, where were they in London? Might have been Brixton, either way. Running a hairdressing salon, and Desmond, who is the titular character, it's his hairdressing salon, and that was an almost entirely black cast, barring a few white characters. And it was a popular show. I think it was a show that was popular with white and black audiences. And the characters were funny because of who they were, not because of what color their skin was. It was the first show, I think, in the UK that really managed to present people of color as the heroes, the villains, the objects of fun, because of how they acted and the things that they said, not just who they were. So they weren't just like the butt of the joke because they were the black guy on the show. And I think there was a show called Till Death Do We Part, which was remade in the States with a character called Archie Bunker, and was called, was it All in the Family? Can't remember. Anyway, he was a terrible racist, the main character, and the audience was split between people laughing at his racism and laughing along with his racism. And I know the actor, I can't remember his name, he is quite a liberal guy, he's Jewish guy, Londoner, and was never on board with the racism. He was like, it should be obvious that this is a parody, but a lot of people were just laughing with him. And I think Archie Bunker was in the same boat. And it's tough when you make those shows. You feel like this is great because we're pointing out how stupid and racist these people are. Alf Garnett, it was Garnett, yeah, exactly, please. So the actors understood the mission. All the actors understood the mission, but unfortunately quite a lot of the audience did not. And to them, the racist jokes were like the highlight of the show. So yeah, it's kind of... I think when we look back, and you can look back and you can be all internet about it and be like, well, you don't know that for a fact, and I don't think it's racist, but it was. And a lot of the stuff that happened then would never get on TV now, and rightly so. Rightly so, because it was just racism, and that's all it was. And I'm sorry, but I disagree with you if you think that it wasn't. That was a solid win. I don't think they've had many shots at all. Nice work, everyone. That was good. Are the stats reliable? Purely by the chalkboard, I changed the squad based on stats and we're way better even with some starters out because the stats were against them. Yeah, we got Jordan Pickford in for £2.5 million. So, yeah, the attributes of stats, they're different things. Freddie makes a good point. I think he means attributes. So, attributes are very important, but there are a few other things that matter. I would say one of the biggest ones that matters, if you go to tactics, tactical familiarity really does make a difference. So if you look at tactical familiarity, position, role, duty, awkward. So Iliax Mariba, my central midfielder on defend, is not particularly comfortable with that. So let's change it to DLP. If we look at him now, it shows position, role, duty, competent. So that matters. Well, dude, he's like 33, so, you know, he's kind of washed up by Premier League standards, apparently. You can also look at recent form, makes a big difference. You also have, like, suitability with other players. So if we play about 15 games, you'll start to see these little lines between players. That means that they play well together. Stats like dribbles made and pass completion. Yeah, I'm sure those things are important, but I think if you just, like, imagine if you're completing loads of passes. This stat has always bugged me. If you think about passes completed, let's take Michael Carrick when he was at Man U, who some of my mates think was amazing and some think was fucking dog shit. If you look at Michael Carrick, if I just collect the ball from the defenders, pass it back to them, collect the ball from the defenders, and pass it sideways, take it back from them, pass it back to the defenders, that's like 3 passes completed, 100% pass accuracy. But does that tell a story about how effective that passing was? Like, the stat assists is probably far more important. But equally, does an assist count if the striker converts an unbelievably complicated chance? Is that still an assist? Or have I just chucked the ball at them and they happen to have turned it into something good? Football is very difficult to derive stats from. Key passes is a good one. You're right, Antichrist. Key passes is a good one. But statistics in football is very difficult. Because you could look at the amount of ground someone's covered. And you could say, look, he ran 11 kilometers that game. Now, was that because he was out of position a lot? Because Andrea Pirlo didn't cover that much ground. And he was one of the most effective midfielders of recent times. He was incredible. Incredible player. Dictated the play. Looked like he was in control of the game. But he wasn't someone that you would associate with running, 50 meters to stop a throw-in. So, does ground covered really mean anything? Might that not just mean it was a really hard back-and-forth game? Where you had to get up and down, up and down. You could look at it that way. Or you could say he was covering a ton of ground. Right, exactly, Antichrist. But the point is, if you looked at the stat, ground covered, for some players it doesn't really mean anything. I don't want my striker, who's playing as a poacher, to cover a lot of ground. If you look at, for example, if you look at, let's look at my man at Man City, who obviously one day will sign him. One day we'll sign Erling Haaland. So Erling Haaland is someone who generally, if you look at the highlights and how he plays, he operates in a very narrow corridor. And he doesn't really leave it. You don't find him out here. You don't find him out here. You don't find him out here. He knows his job is to stay in here, and when the ball comes to him, to put it in the net. So if you looked at his ground covered, if he was covering more ground, you'd think, Erling, what are you doing? I want you staying in the middle there. Right, but Funkadelic, that's not the nature of all statistics. Because, for example, let's look at baseball. Baseball is the ultimate stat junkie sport. Genuinely, the ultimate stat junkie sport. If you like stats, you should be as into baseball as possible. In baseball, if I hit the ball, it's recorded as a hit. If it goes into the outfield and I get on base, that's a hit. If I strike out, and I swing, and I swing, and I swing, and I miss, and it's 3 strikes, and I'm out, that's recorded as a strikeout, and the pitcher gets that as a strikeout. The number of runs that he scored, the pitcher has given up or whatever, is the number of earned runs. There are some weird things, like, for example, errors. An error is a weird thing to have in baseball, because how do you define an error? If I'm not in a position to make or attempt to make a catch, it's not recorded as an error. Whereas if I'm there to try and make the catch and I muff it, that's recorded as an error. But really, the fact that I'm there to make that error should be recorded as a good thing, because I was in a position to make the catch, and 99 times out of 100 I make that catch. So when you record it as an error, for one thing, the player had to put the ball in play for that error to exist, so it should really be a hit. And second of all, is that an error? That's silly. Being able to get on base a lot, like draw walks, that's a stat that you can record. In other words, I don't swing at pitches I can't hit. I've got a good eye for the ball. That's an important stat. There are a bunch of stats. Home runs is obviously the definitive stat because I hit a home run. There's no denying it. You pitched and I hit and it went out of the park. It's a home run. So baseball is a series of individual battles. Most of the game is pitcher versus batter. That's the game. That is the entire game, is the pitcher versus the batter. There's very little more statistically to worry about than that. If you have a terrible pitcher against good batters, you're probably going to lose. And all the defensive stats and all the rest of it, it's much of a muchness, because how do you record it? How do you record it? If I hit a brilliant line drive and you run 50 yards and dive to catch it, it's not recorded as a hit. It's recorded as just, I flew out. But essentially, that was a really good hit. On another day, that's a hit. So it's almost like you want to record chances that, like for instance, let's say I'm a striker, and over 10 games, I had terrific games. I have loads of shots, and the keeper is playing out of his mind in all 10 games and saves the ball. It's just ridiculous, or it hits the woodwork. Is that recorded as this player is playing out of his mind? He's just being unlucky. How do you record that as a statistic? Really, you have to watch the games. And Opta and all of these stat departments that go and record every single stat. How much information is there encoded in the stat goals and assists? Because if you boil it down to that, what does that represent? How many of those goals were penalties, which I absolutely should convert? If I scored 20 goals a season and 10 of them are penalties over the course of the whole season, and I didn't win any of those penalties, am I a great goal scorer? 20 goals a season in the Premier League is good. That's really good. But I only scored 10 from open play. Other people were winning penalties and I just have to walk up and hit the ball. That's not really a goal scorer, is it? What if I scored 30 goals a season but all of them for the penalty spot? That would show as top scorer in the Premier League. But you'd be like, if you hadn't watched the games, you're looking at the record books, you think, wow, he scored 30 goals that season. There should be an asterisk. Like 30 goals brackets 30 penalties, because then you'd be like, oh, he didn't score a single goal from open play. Very difficult to look at statistics that simply, because I think that you need to be much more in depth when you look at them. What if your team is built to get penalties? I would say that would be difficult to do. Goals are goals are goal. Yes. Right, I'm popping to loot. Have we looked? So I took the Blackburn job for a few reasons. First of all, Leyton Orient's ground is dog shit. And we had a tiny board with no money. And I didn't want to get promoted and have no fucking money. I wanted to get promoted and have money and a decent bedrock of fans and stadium to fall back on. And if we get promoted as Blackburn, we've got a chance of actually doing something in the Premier League. If I get promoted as Leyton Orient, we've got no fucking money. None. But at Leyton Orient, the team I built finished fucking third in the championship that season. And Muller scored like 20 goals. And they brought in a bunch of really good players for no money. So fair play to them. Like, they did brilliantly. It's just unfortunate. But I would do it again. This is a much better long-term job. Higher profile. If it goes south, or if I get poached by another club, I've got this on my CV. I want to have the big jobs. I want to manage Inter and, you know, fucking Real Madrid and shit like that. I've always done it where I've just taken one club and built them up. It would be good if I could become a manager who's known for being the guy you get to turn things around. Not a journeyman save. I was at Leyton for 4 seasons. We took them from League 2 to the Championship. That's not a journeyman manager. Journeyman manager would be, every time we didn't go up, I'd take some other job. I'd take every job going. This is not a journeyman save. This is a career. PFlax started off his career at Leyton Orient, who he took from League 2 to the Championship in just 4 seasons. That's the start. He then went to Blackburn, who ironically suffered playoff misery against his former club. What a save, my God! That was insane. That was not Pickford. That was his understudy. So the difference is let's say I was a journeyman striker. I would never be at a club more than a season or 2. So let's pick one of my goalies. Let's take Nathan Baxter. And he is known as nomadic goalkeeper, right? So let's look at his career stats. He's played for Chelsea, Met Police, Solihull, Chelsea, Woking, Chelsea, Yeovil, Chelsea, Ross, Chelsea, Accrington Stanley, Chelsea, Hull, Chelsea, Southampton, Blackburn. So he's been all over the place, mostly on loan. So it's not really fair to call him nomadic. He's actually been at Chelsea for 10 years. But essentially the game looks at all the different clubs he's played for. And you would call him nomadic. He was only first choice for... This is the first time he was first choice. He played for Southampton. And then look at this. The very next season, we signed him. That's the sign of a nomad right there. You just get these players who've played... Robbie Keane, I would suggest, as fairly nomadic. He played for an awful lot of clubs in his career. So here's let's look at Robbie Keane. So Robbie Keane played for Wolves, Coventry, Inter Milan, Leeds, Spurs, Liverpool, Spurs again, went on loan to Celtic and West Ham, LA Galaxy, Villa and ATK. So he played for a lot of different clubs. Let's compare that to, say, Alan Shearer. It's a good example. Alan Shearer was at Southampton for 4 years, Blackburn for 4 years, Newcastle for 10 years. 559 appearances, 283 goals. He only played for 3 clubs. You would not call that nomadic. But Andy Carroll, you wouldn't call Andy Carroll nomadic either, because oddly enough, we looked Andy Carroll up the other day. So Andy Carroll played for Newcastle, Liverpool, West Ham, Reading, and West Brom. Those are the teams that he played for. That's it. It's 5. I would call him a croc. Alright? James Milner, I wouldn't call James Milner nomadic either. Look at James Milner. How many clubs has James Milner played for? Leeds, Newcastle, Villa, City, Liverpool. That's it. 5 clubs in a 20-year career. That's not nomadic. That's not nomadic. Peter Crouch played for quite a few clubs. Now let's look at Peter Crouch. This is interesting. He played for Spurs, went on loan to Dulwich Hamlets, IFK Hasselholm, QPR, Portsmouth, Villa, Norwich on loan, Southampton, Liverpool, Portsmouth again, so we won't count them, Spurs, Stoke and Burnley. So 12 clubs, if we count the fact that, actually maybe we should say 11 because he started off at Spurs but never actually played for them. That's a lot of clubs. Right, that is a lot of clubs. Anelka is a prime example. So Nicolas Anelka played for PSG, Arsenal, Real Madrid, PSG again, on loan to Liverpool, Man City, Fenerbahce, Bolton, Chelsea, Shanghai Shenhua, Juventus on loan, West Brom and Mumbai City FC. That is a lot of clubs to play for. Emil Heskey played for Leicester, Liverpool. I don't know if Emil Heskey is a journeyman. Let's find out. Leicester, Liverpool, Birmingham, Wigan, Villa, Newcastle, Jets and Bolton. 7. I don't know if that's journeyman worthy. Ibrahimovic. Now there's an interesting Ibrahimovic, I should say. This lad's career is fascinating. Malmö, Ajax, Juve, Inter, Barca, AC Milan, PSG, Man U, LA Galaxy, and back to AC Milan. And his career did span 21 years. And he played for, what, 9, 10 different clubs? I'd say that's fairly interesting. I'd say that's on there. Tony Watt has played for 13 clubs. He's only 29. Tony Watt. Airdrie, Celtic, Liège on loan, Standard Liège, Charlton Athletic, Cardiff, Blackburn, Hearts of Midlothian, OH Leuven, St Johnstone, CSKA Sofia, Motherwell and Dundee. That's a journeyman right there. 28. And he's really not scored many goals. Let's see what old Tony Watt's up to these days. There he is. He's a scout. No, Tony. Well, you finally found a home in Dundee. Not a home where he'd be welcome back, but a home nonetheless. Well, they want to sign Dolan. Fucking best rid. Steve Claridge, now you're talking. So Steve Claridge played for, get ready, we'll do this in one breath. Fareham Town, AFC Bournemouth, Weymouth, Palace, Aldershot, Cambridge, Luton, Cambridge again, Birmingham, Leicester, Portsmouth on loan, Wolverhampton, Portsmouth again, Millwall on loan, Millwall, Weymouth, Brighton, Brentford, Wycombe on loan, Wycombe Wanderers again permanently, Millwall, Gillingham, Bradford, Walsall on loan, AFC Bournemouth, Worthing, Harrow Borough, Weymouth, Gosport Borough and Salisbury. He hung up his boots in 2017. He started playing in 1983 and finished in 2017. Which means he's turned out for Salisbury when he was 50. The 51-year-old Claridge made up the numbers for Salisbury in a pre-season friendly against Portsmouth. Salisbury lost 3-0. In August, he named himself as one of only 4 substitutes and came on for what the Salisbury Journal dubbed a short cameo in a Southern League Division 1 South and West match against Bolton Rovers that ended as a 2-2 draw. He started Salisbury's next match, a 3-2 FA Cup victory over Fareham Town, substituting himself off after 71 minutes because of broken bones that decided his retirement from playing. Is it Alfie Whiteman? It is! Well, we can't beat him. We're done for. I didn't even know who got relegated. Remember that it's 2027. This is what we've been waiting for. A striker who fucking puts his head on the ball or his foot on the ball and it goes in the fucking goal.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Zyajin just resubbed for 5 months.
Thank you. Offside, I think. No. Join Prostate FC. Didn't know that was a team. God, I thought that was him. Is that Jeffrey Schlupp? 34. Another good win. This is the difference. This is the difference that having an actual fucking striker makes. Is that instead of this being 0-0, or they win 1-0, we get either 3 points or 1 point because we have someone who can put the fucking ball in the net. Cantwell's still at the club, but he's not, quite honestly, he's not first choice. He's not first choice. He's okay. But the problem with Todd Cantwell is he doesn't have any pace. So he would need like a fullback or a wing back ideally that we could have bombing in, and I'd set him as more of a deep lying wide player who can like dictate play because he's quite a classy player, but he's got no pace. He can't beat anybody, and he just didn't score many goals in the season that we had him. So let's have a look at Todd Cantwell. So last season he scored 8 goals, which looks impressive, but honestly, for the second half of the season, he was doing fucking nout. Yeah, let's have a look at who came up. I think Plymouth came up. Sheffield United? No, not Sheffield United. Barnsley, I guess, came up. Let's have a look. So Brentford got relegated. Palace got relegated. Burnley? Yeah, so Burnley finished 19th last year. So it was Brentford, Burnley and Palace. Brentford missing out on goal difference. Oh my god. Look at that. Everton and Forest both stayed up on goal difference, and Fulham stayed up by 2 points. Bournemouth by 3 points. That is so Premier League. Everyone from 13th down was basically within, well, 13th down to 18th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 places were separated by fuck all points. 4 points. Brutal. Wow. Raphael is a wonder kid now. God, he is quite good, isn't he? Do you know what? We do only have one left back at the club. Oh, well, technically 2, because Callum Britton can play there. Bye. Who passed the ball? Who do I need to? We can get rid of Dolan. Good fucking riddance. There was one player that summed last season up for me. It was fucking Dolan. Whinging little bastard. Missed so many chances. Put in so many dog shit fucking performances. Good fucking riddance. Do you reckon if I was the manager, I'd be sitting around being like, oh, thank fucking God Dolan's gone, mate. To Kit Simons. Kit, yeah, mate. Yes, Gaffer. What did I promise him? Oh, he's waiting for someone to make an offer. He's got 2 years on his contract. Let's see if he doesn't want to sign a new deal. He's currently unhappy at the club. He doesn't. Yeah, he just won't. All right. Well, we might lose Rafa. Who's quality in real life? Retrophobia. Dolan. It was a fucking nightmare for us. The release fee is like 30 million quid or something like that. Dolan, yeah, fair. I love these games that bring names out, legendarily good or bad. Why I keep wanting to get RimWorld sometimes. It does have a kind of RimWorld feel to it, doesn't it? I don't know how you pronounce this lad's name because the D has a line through it, but yes, he can go on loan. I mean, he is young. He's obviously going to be good. If we can get him happy and like succeed, I reckon he might stay. But that's my 200th game in management. My next match would be my 200th game in management. Got to play Bolton, one of my old stomping grounds. In Football Manager. No one's training badly. That's good. Oh god, I used to play so much Dwarf Fortress back in the day. Do you know what's interesting? I think this is something that people don't understand when you get older and have less time and frankly less patience. So I used to play Dwarf Fortress, and I would spend the time it took to learn what all the little ASCII characters meant. I would read guides about it. I would read like how-tos on how to build this, how to build that, you know, what you should build, what kind of dwarves to look for, all this kind of stuff. I would do that and spend fucking hours playing that game. I cannot imagine doing that now. Uh-oh. Southampton want him. Please don't take Raphael, I need him. Starting for Konya instead of the lad who's been scoring goals. All right, assistant manager. Unfortunately, I can only block offers that are under his minimum release clause. Oh. The fans are fucking packing it out here. I mean, there's the only game I can think of that comes close is RimWorld, but the complexity of Dwarf Fortress is insane. Also, it was one of those games where, because the UI was so dogshit, you really did have to get invested in literally an A or an ampersand running around or whatever. And the ability for that game to cascade failure out of control was hilarious. It was the digging. You can get into serious trouble digging. And you could do more. Like, there was just more that you could do. You could build all kinds of crazy machines and stuff you can't do in RimWorld yet. Like, you can build stuff in RimWorld, but it's not the same because in Dwarf Fortress you had the raw elements of machinery. Conveyor belts and stuff like that, like things where you could just literally construct and kind of make use of the madness of the game a little bit. No, they do pass. They do pass. It depends on the player, composure, teamwork, vision, shit like that. But if you watch a full match, quite often they'll try and fail. And if you watch football all the time, you screaming at players to fucking square it and they don't. Oh, Pickford! His name is Logan Pye, which is less cool of a name. We finally have a goal scorer. We've created 22 chances, 10 of them on target in this game. We've absolutely fucking dominated. That's ridiculous. That is a ridiculous finish. No, he scored with his foot in this game as well. Right-footed shot. Top right corner of the goal. You can't beat Jordan Pickford, alright? Don't even try. What a pass. Oh, that was almost glorious. Yes, Ross. Oh. Yes. Yes, Bob. He's 33. Cost us £2.5 million. But, I mean, it's the championship. I'm pretty sure he's good enough. Another stunning victory. The fans are turning up. They love this. Nice work, everyone. That was good. Yeah, absolutely delighted with the performance from the boys today. That's what we want. That's what this club should be doing in this division. You know, I think the players that have come in have really brought an attitude with them that complements what we had here already. Graft, grind, gristle. And putting the ball in the net, you know, that's something that these lads have got in their blood. Last season, of course, I think quite a few of the games petered out because we just couldn't put the ball in net. But this season, I tell thee, we've been looking like we're a big threat, a big goal-scoring threat, and I think the other teams, they should be running scared, because if there's one thing that scares managers and defenders, it's having someone on pitch that they've got to play against. They can put ball in net, and we've got that. We've got that in spades. We've got a bunch of lads who can put ball in net. Weekly staff meeting. I'll request a summary to my inbox. I've been up north now. This is my second season. Let's send him to a doctor. Keki's injured. What is the Blackburn accent like? Let's look it up on YouTube.
In Richmond, and I just met Bernard on the path here, and he's from Blackpool. Or did you say just outside of Blackpool?
Yep.
What's the name of the town you're from?
Goshtek.
Goshtek. Yep. And so tell me about your region and your accent. Could you just tell me which sort of accent and what region you're from?
Oh, Lancashire.
Lancashire.
Yeah.
And so would you say you have a Lancashire accent?
Yeah,
or?
yeah. Always been in Lancashire.
And why did you decide to come visit Richmond?
We've been here before, and it's just lovely around here.
Are there any Lancashire sayings or things about the Lancashire region that
this
you could share?
Nice
jump,
Alistair. Something that people say
Bluestone
in Lancashire,
Wizard
like
just resubbed for 34 months.
Thank you.
Saying or stuff like that, or what do people say in Lancashire? Some Lancashire terms from where you're from.
You would have been better speaking to my wife about this, really. Where are you going now?
We're just taking a walk.
Right. Are you following this path round?
Yes.
Right.
What do you recommend?
Well, when you come out at a gate at the top,
okay,
turn right, and it's like a fairly main road.
Okay.
And you'll see the station.
Okay.
And just as you go down to the station, you'll see my wife led on a chair.
And what's her name?
Margaret.
Margaret?
Yes.
And she knows things like that?
Yeah, she'll tell you everything.
Okay, well, how old are you, by the way?
And she'd love to have a word with you.
Okay, how old are you?
76.
76.
Bless him. What an absolute fucking gem of a lad. Do you know what I mean? What a fucking gem of a lad. Just a gent. Absolute gent. Ailsea Station. Get on train and you can fuck
Nice
off.
jump, Alistair.
Fucking yikes.
Skylimix just resubbed for 11 months.
Thank you. Carabao Cup. Well, we've put a full team out. The fans have not turned up. Right. Well, we've played some good football, but there's room for improvement, I would suggest. My wife, Margaret, might know more. If you go up to end of path, there's a gate. It's quite gentle. Or he was. I don't know if the Lancashire accent in general is gentle. Whoa, he can head the ball 20 feet from a jump. Oh. Bombing in Poland? Oh, you mean the fact that Russia accidentally dropped a couple of missiles in Poland and killed 2 people? What do you think my thoughts are on it? What is any decent person's thoughts on it? Fuck that government, dude. I mean, they're just scum, aren't they? The Russian government is scum. It's the worst fucking people. What did you think I was going to say? Oh, I'm on for it. Come on. No, no one was interested in buying Anthony, unfortunately. It's what happens when you have an oppressive state. Like, this is what annoys me when people are lax about things like, oh, what's that? What's that about Jaden Anthony? Yes, of course it's scary. I mean, I doubt that Poland was a target. Like, I don't think Russia thought, let's fucking drop some bombs on Poland. That'll do wonders for how the war's going. But, you know, Lviv is quite close. It doesn't surprise me they can't fucking aim their missiles properly and they accidentally landed in Poland. It's disgraceful. And what appalls me more is politicians, especially in America, which is like one of the biggest funders of the Ukrainian war effort, being like, I don't think we've got any place being there. What the fuck is wrong with you? Has history taught you people nothing? You don't stop this shit now, it never fucking ends. It would be great if Russia was led by reasonable people. You know what I mean? That's a big country with lots of resources right on our doorstep. Right on Europe's doorstep. That'd be fantastic. If they were chill, decent fucking people that ran that country. But apparently not. Apparently it's perfectly okay for a country in 2022 to be basically run by a dictator of that size. How is this fucking happening? It's terrible. They just need to be completely fucking ostracized. If you look at all the countries that have production of oil and gas, like fucking Russia and fucking Iran and Saudi Arabia and all this shit, do you know what would be good? Is if we stopped relying on them for anything and could just say, well, if you guys are going to be dicks, we're not having anything to do with you, goodbye. Wouldn't that be amazing? Is that Lee Griffiths? Or a different Griffiths? I don't think we sell weapons to Russia. I think Russia sells weapons to Iran. I don't think we do. Pretty sure. Could be wrong. We sell a bunch of them to Saudi Arabia and a bunch of other countries, but I don't think we sell weapons to Iran or Russia. Do we sell them to Iran? I thought Russia sold stuff to Iran. Approved military arms export value to Iran by the UK government from 2008 to 2017, zero value over that decade. We do sell stuff to them, but nothing military. From the looks of it. It's according to the org.uk, an org.uk website. Am I enjoying FM23? Exaboy? I am, you know, I am. I mean, this is my 6th season. I've been streaming it a lot. I really like the match engine. I think it's really good. This is probably the best FM I've seen in a while. In terms of, like, the match engine. I really like it. I'm sure there's some problems that the sweaties could find, but yeah, I think it's pretty impressive. We've got Burnley. Burnley are another championship club. So yeah, I think it's good. It's better than last year. I felt it was kind of the match engine felt like it was on rails a little bit. Do you know what I mean? And it felt like there wasn't quite the same. Like I said for a while, how come? It's felt like when someone passed the ball, it was like the other players on the pitch didn't exist. And when someone had a shot, it was like the other players on the pitch didn't exist. The ball never did anything random. Players never slid to block shots. They either tackled the guy or they didn't. Now I'm sure that that's... oh, it's just the match engine isn't reflecting blah, blah, blah. But what you see is important as a player. I feel like in this one, I've seen shots cannoning off players. I've seen shots spiraling up off people. I've seen goalmouth scrambles. I've seen passes being blocked because they've hit a player. I like that. I like that. And it's not always like, oh, that only happens when it's a goal. Like, it feels like there's a bit more randomness and chaos. The story arc earlier, yes. So Leyton Orient did not win the playoffs, but they have they beat us. They knocked us out of the playoffs last season. Amazing story arc. Amazing. How are they doing this year? They're right up there. Have they still got Nikolai Muller? They do. This lad, I'm telling you, should have fucking signed him. Should have fucking signed him. We might have been out of this division if I'd signed him. listen to me. Nino is the man, assistant manager, all right? I'm going to have to go and click on the team thing, but I'm telling you right now, Nino is the man. He's our guy. So, if I told you I was playing FM23, would you really notice the difference? No. In terms of iterative change, I've been saying this for ages. I'm going to bore people that have watched the FM streams before. Stop releasing a game a year. What they should be doing is having Football Manager Ultimate Edition, and they just release DLC for it and updates. That's what they should do, because that means you don't have to go through the rigmarole of creating FM23. You just have Football Manager, and oh look, there's all this cool new stuff that we're adding this year, and DLC. Like, for example, I want the Stadium Pack for the Premier League. I want the Stadium Pack for Italy. I want the, player portrait pack. All this stuff. Money. But all building towards the polish. And you can have a match engine that's good and say, just like other games, this is the update. Here's this new big upgrade. Blah, blah, blah. The problem is, if they sit on their laurels and say, well, we're making money now, eventually it will happen that someone comes along with a competitor. Mod support is non-existent. There are no mods for FM that I know of. There's no match engine mod. Doesn't exist. The mods that I know are database mods, logo packs, portrait packs, but if there is a mod support for something like a match engine, I don't believe so. If there is, I mean, I've been playing this game for years and I've never heard of it. Oh! Like, you can't call it a mod if it's just cosmetic. Mr. Murphy, are you telling me that you lied on your application? Only to get my foot in the door, so to speak. You were referred to us by the Department of Unemployment. You have no need to get your foot in the door. Aye, well, whatever you say, man. You are the man in the chair. I am merely here. Right, but if you think about it, you don't need to buy the Paradox DLC. You just do it because you're a filthy Paradox nerd, like the rest of us, right? You're like obsessed. Oh, go get it, but you don't gotta get it. But you do. All I'm saying is that a lot of the things that they don't have time to do, because they're all having to work on the new version, you could do. That's true, I don't need to buy the new FM. Exactly. But the thing is, what you're saying is Paradox are money grubbing because of the way they do things, and FM are money grubbing because of the way they do things. What I'm suggesting is if they want to make a better game and have less of this iterative, it's the same as last year shit, you would be better off concentrating on a few things each year, and most of the game stays the same. Don't need to release a new version, don't need to go through the whole build process, none of that shit. We've rebuilt this from the ground up. You don't need to. Instead, just work on awesome graphics and Stadium update. They could do that. Do you know what I mean? Oof, Pixford saving us there. A good solid win. Aye, a good win, you know. 1-0's a classic football scoreline, really, in many ways. A penalty as well. That's made it extra grindy and dull for the fans. But I do think it was a good end-to-end game. West Brom will give a good few teams this season trouble. They're not an easy team to beat. They are a tough side, physical, and they've got a threat going forward, especially at set pieces. But this season, I feel, they were showing a bit more grit and determination to win these sorts of matches. And I don't know if I can just say it's down to the new players, because that's doing a little bit of a disservice to the players that are still here. I think they've matured and they've grown as players, and they've just got a little bit more about them when it comes to closing out games and delivering the fans what they want, which is 3 points. Now, I will say that in terms of our goal-scoring threat, we've upgraded at striker. I think that Nino is the real deal, and in this division, he's the sort of player that defences will be terrified to play against. I must also add that I do feel that Jordan Pickford has been absolutely superb in goal, not just as a goalkeeper, but marshalling his defence in a way that a veteran player can. So, very happy with the balance of the side, and I think, as we're top and unbeaten, that the fans should start to get excited. I am. But of course, it's a long season, a lot of football to be played, so there's no point getting ahead of ourselves, but we must think of ourselves as one of the teams to beat. And when you go in with that attitude, you resent the opposition having a sniff and having a chance, because you think, well, they don't deserve it, and we do. You should not be afraid to win football matches, and I've been instilling that in our players since day one, and I shall continue to do that. Thank you very much. Can we beat Derby? All I'm saying is, this game's been around for a long time. Do we need a new FM every year? If they're worried that doing it differently would cost them money, I would suggest that there are plenty of other games out there that get by just fine by offering DLC and updates, paid updates. And they would do just as well by having money over the whole year, rather than having this big glut that comes along once a year when FM comes out, and then nothing for 10 months or whatever. Like, you're going to have a huge spike in sales when FM comes out, and then a decent tail. But as soon as you get within 4 or 5 months of the new one coming out, people will only be picking up the old one on sale. And that's money, for sure. But here's another idea. You have a Football Manager Ultimate, or whatever you want to call it, comes out. The start of every year, the new season database update comes out, and you can get that. That's official. That's all by the FM scouts and all the rest of it. Not just the one that you can get done by fans, which is just moves players around. This is the one with new players in. Why not? Let's say I want to play a South American run. Maybe I'll go and spend £8 on the South American stadiums and kits and, you know, all the rest, all the little details. So when I play at the Maracanã or I play at a big club in Spain, the stadiums are correct. Here's another thing. Pay for a DLC that's just match atmosphere. So it's just chants from different grounds and stuff like that. So when you're playing in England, the crowd sounds like an English crowd. When you're playing in Spain, they sound like a Spanish crowd. Playing in South America, they sound like a South American crowd. Italy, Italian crowd, and so on. You could even have your club pack that you buy associated with the club so that they get some money from it and all the rest of it's all licensed. So the Bayern Munich, you get actual Bayern Munich crowd noises and chants and stuff like that. I think people would pay for that kind of stuff. I really do. And especially if you were offering these kind of things as a continual upgrade. We've upgraded our graphics. Now we get to do all the packs again. It's a continual way to make money and improve the game. Right, you think there's only so many things you could buy, but they suddenly say there's been a whole new, after 5 years, say, we're upgrading the graphics. Now it's all looking basically fucking FIFA level graphics and all the rest of it. Big investment. We spent 3 years working on it because we haven't had to spend 3 years working on let's just get FM23 out the door. But there's no competition. There's no competition. It used to be Pro Evo Soccer versus FIFA, and both of them were trying to do new things and drive the opposition out, and FIFA won. Pro Evo fell at the wayside, and now look at FIFA. It's dog shit, right? It's dog shit. And it's getting worse and worse and worse. I'm just saying, where there lacks competition when it comes to video games, there's a franchise like Football Manager that has no competition at all. None at all. They can just do whatever the fuck they want. Whereas if you think about Europa Universalis, think how long that game was maintained by the devs for. Balance patches. And the thing is, those new patches come in because they're still making money from the game. That pays for the dev time. Then they bring out the DLC. Here's a new thing we've added. Here's a new thing we've added. They can do that with this. They could do that with this. They could easily delve into new areas. Training has been the same as it's always been. You just put down blap. Set piece design is not a thing in the game, but it could be, because they would have time to work on that kind of stuff. But I don't think that there's any impetus on them to make this game better. Just need to change enough stuff and add a couple of new bells and whistles, very small bells and very small whistles, and people will buy the game. It's a shame. It's a shame. Because you kind of feel like, are you not invested in making this like the untouchably best football management sim? Not just because there's no competition, but because it is just that good. Because the problem is, if there was another game similar to this but different and maybe better in some ways, then you'd have an argument to make. You'd be like, I do like FM, but I don't like this, I don't like that. But there is no competition. There's nothing like this. Which is bizarre. But I guess the things that FM does, it's such a cultural phenomenon now. It's been around for like fucking nearly 30 years. It's hard to approach that. It's hard to approach that. I just think it's a shame. Because I would hate the dev team to just have to keep working on a new FM. Like, you could easily release slight balance patches all the time and keep making money from DLC and additions and stuff like that. You really could do that. But they don't. Yeah, the database updates. And this is the proper FM database updates where they actually have people at each club saying this is the new young player coming through. He's really fucking good. Like a properly scouted database, which is the thing that they have that nobody else has. Is how would you do that? How would you do that? It's almost impossible to do. Unless you've had years to build up this big name for yourself and this whole community of people invested in supplying you with. I mean, I know a couple of people who know the guy. It sounds like speech, like kind of not particularly impressive, but they know the guy who does the FM updates for Bournemouth. And he's the guy who decides which young players are probably good and which are going to go on to do this. He could do this, he could do that. And they sort of, he sets the stats for them. He goes to all the games. And he basically is the one who goes in and puts into a sheet, this is how fast I think this player is. This is how good I think this player is. That's his job. And if you were a new game coming in, you'd have to acquire all of these people from scratch, not over the course of decades. So that would be very, very hard. Because the original Football Manager didn't go down as far as fucking Vanarama South or whatever. It was just the professional leagues, and only for the UK. And the old way that new gens or regens used to work, the reason they call them regens, they shouldn't call them regens, is to call them new gens, really. Because what used to happen is that when George Weah retired in the old Championship Manager days, the year that George Weah retires, after the close season point where it does that whole scoreboard thing, it would generate a new George Weah. And you would see a guy, he's a striker, he was from Liberia, and he would be 17 or whatever. Unbelievable. Like, ridiculously good. And you were like, oh, that's the next George Weah. And you just signed him. That's it. So, it's not really too difficult to figure out, oh, this is the next this, and this is the next that. which is quite funny when you think about it. But that was the way that they used to do it. So the whole regen and new gen thing should really be, okay, that player's gone. But each nation has a chance each year when it generates new players to generate a world-class player, or this is the spread. So for example, every year Brazil will produce a number of players who are all essentially good enough to play Premier League football, a bunch that are good enough to play like top level European Championship football, and maybe a couple of players that are like world class. And that's the way it should be. Brazil should be producing those kind of players, you know, because they have done forever. And I can't remember if doing well in a nation improves that nation's chance of producing players. I don't believe so. But for example, Zaire should very occasionally have the chance to produce a top-level talent. But in the main, Italy, France, the UK, Germany, Brazil, Argentina, those are the countries we're expecting to see, and the Netherlands and places like that are the ones we expect to see like a really top player. So that makes sense, right? So you don't need to say, well, we've lost George Weah, we need a new George Weah. It's better to say, well, we'll get rid of George Weah now, and we will create a whole bunch of new players, and one of them might be the next George Weah, but it doesn't have to be. I see, Prophet. So by the way, if any of you are interested, you can stop sending me the gif of that bald guy punching a lamp really quickly. You don't need to send it to me anymore. I've seen it. I've seen it multiple times. Yes, he is a bald man. That's enough. Thank you. Thank you very much. Jesus. Good God. Why is this game going ahead? This isn't very fun. Who is he on international duty with? Under 21s. God damn, we've got to play with. Do we have any right wingers who can come in? Oh God Almighty! I love them too, Jungle Cat. big man in amongst the goals. He went a whole season without scoring. I don't understand how. He's an absolute beast. Look at this fucking goal. Jesus. Almost 3 inside 7 minutes. That's one of the first goals you conceded this season. Pickford screaming at his defence. Good block. Really good block. Oh dear. Oh yes. Good defence. Well done. That's the opposite of good defending. What is that?
Tactics rated with 94 views.
Oh no. Anything with any tactics in it knows what they're doing. How did... Raphael, what are you doing? You cannot fucking dwell! Why is he so fucking slow? Playing okay. Is he my arse? Let's give the entire team a quick encourage. This is dog shit. We're playing like last season. What are you doing, lads? Stop immediately. Yes. Jaden, you twat! Raphael! What is that? This is just like last year. Please stop tapping it. Put your fucking foot through it, son. Oh, everyone's away. We got 2 goalies because there's no one on the bench. Shit. Shit! Cavallio! Right. We don't have 2 DMs. We don't have 2 DMs. What are you talking about? We've got an advanced playmaker, an attacking midfielder, and a central midfielder with defend, and they keep saying there's too much space. And I'm not going to stick this lad down here. You don't need a fucking lad here. Just pass to one of these lads. He's dealing about here. He sticks here. Maybe we put him on support. All right, that way he's about for passes. God damn, we are so short of bodies. We have to bring on the kids here. Louis Fry is knackered. And do you know what? Put Martin Rodriguez in, the young wunderkind. Give him a go. Give him a go. Get him down the wing. What are you about? Reasonably dog shit. All right, you can just go winger attack as well. We'll just put a couple of wingers. There you go. Just give it the kids. Give it the kids. They'll run around like mad. Yeah, I play Dota and Football Manager. What the fuck is wrong with me? Great header down. Here comes Fernino. Oh. Come on, stick it on the big man's head. He's offside if he touches that. Here's the young lad. What can he do? Nout. Make a run then, kid. Go on, son. Well, he's one out of the Blackburn Youth Club so far.
Oh, I'm going to try and back pass it past the keeper.
Well done. Well, obviously a bit closer than we would have liked, you know, but Derby are a good side, and obviously when you're battling at the top as we are, you want to win every game. Winning away from home, at a side like Derby, it does feel good, but it was a tough game. Obviously, we had a lot of players out on internationals, so subs bench was a bit burr, but we managed to get there in the end. Delighted with the 3 points, and I think the team are playing really, really well. Jolly good stuff all round, really. We've not let in many goals, which I'm very happy about. So yeah, when you've only let in 2 goals all season, you can't complain too much, and we've scored 10 at t'other end. So lots of positives, and the young lads that we had to bring in today to cover the internationals have done very well. I'm very proud of them. and they need to be ready for next weekend because we've got another big game against Watford. So we're looking forward to that. No, I'm not. I'm actually started off with Leyton Orient. I'm not from Leyton, nor am I a Leyton Orient fan. I just picked a League 2 team to manage, and won League 2 in our first season, and then we spent 3 seasons in League 1, winning it at the 3rd attempt, and then went up to the Championship, and I was offered an interview with Blackburn, and I said, you know what? That sounds like a good move for me. Big club, they just got relegated. They had a ton of money, big ground, good squad. It's like Leyton are gonna fucking struggle. They were offering me like 500,000 quid to build a team capable of competing in the Championship, and I thought this is not going to happen. I don't want a team of just loanees again. I want to build something. So I took the Blackburn job. Could you believe it? This literally had to be the video game knowing what was up and scripting it. Leyton finished above us in the league, and their young striker Nikolaj Muller, a Swedish lad who I'd signed for Leyton and who was phenomenal for us, got us promoted essentially. Let me show you. Where is he? This lad, Nikolaj Muller. So I signed him on a free transfer from where was he? Arsenal, because they were never playing him. They loaned him out to a bunch of people. Nobody wanted him. Look at this. He scored 1 goal in the Championship. And I thought, well, he's got to be good enough for Leyton. Bam, 25 goals. Bam, 25 goals. He was fucking unbelievable. He goes up to the Championship, and I think, I mean, he's a League 1 striker. There's no way he's going to be good enough for the Championship. Promptly scores 23 goals in all competitions, 21 goals in the fucking Championship. I didn't sign him. We got into the playoffs. Last game of the season, we won 1-0 away at, I want to say QPR. It was someone anyway. We won 1-0 away. Crucial result. Other results went away. We're in the playoffs. Who are we up against? Leyton Orient. First game at our place, I think it was 1-1. Second game at their place, we're drawing, and then they scored a late winner. And the Leyton Orient fans were booing me out of the ground. The Blackburn fans were not happy. A bunch of players wanted to leave because we hadn't gone up. But you know what? I said, we can rebuild it. And the board backed me, and they said, all we wanted, since we just got relegated, all we were expecting from you was that you make it in the top half. So I didn't get sacked. I was like, top half? Fucking hell, I can do that. Made it in the playoffs, got knocked out by Leyton. By Leyton fucking Orient, knocked us out. It's just unbelievable. And the fans were like, fuck off. They were calling me a snake. You fucking snake. That's what they were calling me. And someone in chat shouted that. And I thought, that's the kind of shit they'd be shouting. So, devastated. Took the season off. Took the off season. I was thinking, what am I going to do? Get rid of some of these fucking turds. Got rid of some players. Drek. You know, holding us back. Players who they threw on goal, powder puff shots straight at the keeper. Get rid of them. We need a few things. We need a fucking nutter in midfield. We need a proper fucking goalie. We signed Jordan Pickford, 2.5 million quid. He's 33. Everton wanted to get rid of him. We took him. A couple of good youngsters, and a fucking striker who can score. Just a lad who's a big lad who fucking hits the ball hard. Signed. Job fucking done. And that's Nino. El Nino, they call him, predictably. And he's done well for us so far. And, you know, players like Rafael, our young Brazilian wunderkind in midfield, coming on as well. Just trying to build a team that's not only good enough for the Championship, but that might have some players in it that are good enough for the Premier League. There's no point just buying old farts to try and get promoted, because then you're stuck with dog shit, you know? That's the Harry Redknapp and Neil fucking, what's his fucking name? Fucking how have I forgotten his name? Neil Warnock approach. Just where you just get a bunch of veterans in, you know, just sign every journeyman striker that's ever played in the Championship and scored more than 10 goals, get him in, big wages, all the rest of it. Dog shit. So I thought, no, we've got to go out and at least attempt to sign some players for the future. But, you know, the Leyton are a thorn in my side. Nikolaj Muller scored against us in the league both times I think we played them. Actually, I think, no, he scored twice in the first time we played them at their place when I got a ton of shit from the fans. And then I think we kept him quiet at our place. Alright, this needs to change. Fernandinho is the man, alright? stop suggesting that we play Jaka Fakonya, the young Slovenian lad, because whilst I have no doubt that he will come good, this is my man for right now. Okay, Firmino is the guy. He's big. He's 6'3" and he can score and he's strong. Get him in. He's my man. Oh, you prefer to be a inverted winger, don't you? The players get all pissy if you play them even slightly out of position. You told me I was going to be an inside forward with attack, and I'm an inside forward with support. What's going on? I've lost all faith in you. Shut the fuck up. We're top of the league. We're winning games. What are you complaining about? Shut up and play where I tell you to fucking play. Half a Heart Gaming, I could not agree more. That is literally what I do. I go and look at who has Man U, Chelsea, Man City, Liverpool, Arsenal. Who have they released? Alright, ref, apparently assault and battery is now legal. Noted, thank you. I'll be taking that out on their players. Appreciate that. You just go and sign all their kids because they're good enough for League One. By far, some of them good enough for the Championship, but they're not good enough for the Premier League, so they let them go. I've signed a few players like that. Especially if you get a young player who's not yet good enough for the top flight and gets pissed off because he's not playing, that's how you get them. Ings? Danny Ings? How fucking old must he be? That is such a classic Championship striker. Danny fucking Ings. He must be 36. He's 35. They've got Danny fucking Ings.
Ref! Nice jump, Alistair.
Ulfahart_gaming just resubbed for 1 month.
Thank you. That's dominant. They've got Solanke and Ings. Are they playing fucking 4-4-2? Tell me they're not playing Solanke as like a wide midfielder, please. Tell me they're not beating us with Solanke playing as a wide midfielder. That would be too much for me to bear. They're playing 2 up front. Use it! And 5 at the back. They've got like no width at all. Yes! That's a classy goal. That is a classy goal. Oof. They got Chris Kamara in goal. That's not good. Oh, what a fucking blessing. Oh my god, we've decided to put ourselves back in trouble. That was fucking abysmal. Get your acts together and start playing football. Do we fucking go for it here? We will meet them on the hustings. You want to play two up front? Let's fucking dance. Got to score goals? Let's score goals. How is Danny Ings at 30 fucking 4 running rings, or 35 running rings round you, Carvalho? Have a fucking look at yourself. It's 2027. I never know if it's like there are hidden attributes in Football Manager. There's current ability and potential ability. Potential ability is meant to be, this is how good this player could be if injuries and training and everything goes their way and they play at the right level and all the rest of it. Just dog shit. Raphael on his fucking heels again. And I've often wondered, if I have a player like Ronaldo and his current ability is low, is he still capable of moments where he shows some of that old full ability? Oh, you tried Tower God? I haven't tried him yet. Lost out on so many of these second balls, lads. Is this game PvP or PvE? PvE. How am I playing against a player every time I play? Come on, think about it. That was terrible. That was terrible. That was really fucking gutless. Yeah, well, you can't defend like that at this level. We gave away far too many chances in the box. It just went to sleep. You know, I think there is something to be said for Watford playing 2 up front. I think it unsettled us. We weren't ready for it. We weren't used to it. But you have to adapt. And a lot of these players want to play at the highest level. You can't just let people run off you like that. And it just happened time and again. They cut through us like up knife through butter. And it's not good enough. It's just not good enough. And, you know, it was away from home, so I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, and I'll say, you know, they'll do better at our place. But you can't give up points like that. Watford are a team in and around our position in the table. We're going to be competing with them. We'll just give them 3 points. Just give them 3 points. Players shouldn't be happy with that. Shocking. Yeah, I'm just thinking, you know, if you think about it, there should be, this is the problem I have with the whole current ability, potential ability thing. Because if it's just about the stats and there's no sort of hidden, oh, he's got ability 187, so this shot's going to be better than a guy with ability 170, even though their shooting stats are the same. If that whole current ability, potential ability thing is literally just about defining how good their numbers can be, then if I have Danny Ings at 35 with his current ability, I would guess is probably like 105, maybe 110, something like that. His potential ability for Danny Ings probably was like 150, 155, maybe. His attributes that fall, which would be his physical attributes and stuff like that, is his potential to still be a good player based purely on his attributes, his visible attributes, and maybe some of his hidden ones, like enjoys big games or, you know, shoots accurately or whatever. So I'm just curious if there's any hangover other than attributes when it comes to those good players. Yeah, professionalism and ambition, but those would be attributes that don't diminish with age. Like there are some that are just either fixed, like ambition, I guess. Dirtiness is one that you don't see players either suddenly acquiring or losing. So I do wonder if someone like Danny Ings at 35, if we look at him, Watford. So we look at Danny Ings, who is on 71 grand a week, right? How'd they get him? They got him for 1.3 million quid. He's already lighting it up. So he was scoring goals for Villa, not many, a lot of substitute appearances, so it doesn't really count. So Danny Ings has finishing 16, teamwork 16, technique 16, determination 18, off the ball 14. These are very good stats for a 35-year-old. What's going to go first is always physical, right? Those are the things that are going to go. Natural fitness seems to be the last one, and balance as well. Those seem to be the ones that you can keep even at an old age. But obviously he's going to be a pretty fucking good player. I would also not list him as deep lying forward. I would list him as a poacher, but that might just be me. Finishing is overrated for strikers. Wow. I think that's a pretty dumb thing to say, in all honesty. I really do. Because I've had strikers with dog shit finishing, and it really feels like it matters. That makes sense, Funkadelic. Yeah, that makes sense. Fans have been posting on social media that the gravy on the chips has been subpar this season. Do you care to comment? Now, I've heard about gravy on chips at ground. I don't have the chips myself. I'm a pie and Bovril man myself, so I can't comment on it directly. But I'd like to assure the fans that whilst it's not specifically within my remit to concern myself with the gravy and so forth, that's the concession manager's job, I will be looking at this because these are the kind of details that I like. I like to see a club top to bottom, from dinner lady to defender, absolutely at the top of their game, because that's the culture of a winning club, is that everybody takes the job seriously. And if the gravy is subpar, and believe me, I'm not saying it is, I haven't tasted it, and I would hate to do our gravy chefs down, or do them dirty, as the kids say, by proclaiming the gravy bad because of one review. I will investigate it myself. I'll have an ask around, and I'll have it at the next match, and if it is subpar, believe me, it'll be something we'll bring up to scratch. But I very much doubt it is, because this is the first I've heard of it. I'm not diminishing what the young man's saying and complaining. He's entitled to his opinion, of course, but let's not go writing it off just yet. I'd like to see what people say, and then we'll have a good look. But I promise him, as I say, if there is something wrong with gravy, I'll be the first man to hear about it, and I'll make sure we put it right. So don't be worried. Don't you worry, young man, alright? It starts with gravy and ends with the Premier League. Exactly, APB. If you can't get the gravy right, how are you going to go away to Swansea midweek and get 3 points? Thoughts on... Opinion on Potter gutting Brighton staff and players? I don't blame them for wanting to go to a massive job, probably for more money. It's very easy to assume that here's the crucial problem with football fans. So you are a fan for life of your team. If you're a football fan, if you're some fucking fair weather cunt, you can fuck off. But you're a fan for life. And it startles you that your heroes, the players who pound their chest and kiss the badge, and the managers that punch the air and say, oh, I just want to do as well as I can for this club, are not as committed as you are. But remember that for them, this is a job. Alright, team, hold on a sec now. Can we please mark this guy? Mark him tightly and stay on his arse. Do you understand me? Because I'm sick of this shit. Like, if he comes to his old mates and says, lads, all those good things we did at Brighton, I want to do them at Chelsea as well. I've been told that I've got some budget to hire you lads. Are you interested? Why would you say no? You can't expect them to say, nah, boss, we'll stay at Brighton and we'll chance it that the new manager keeps us. Like, you would leave. Great ball. Oh! I would like it if the players ran to celebrate with the person who assisted the goal. Minor thing. There's another DLC, player celebrations. If that counts, that's huge. It's an own goal! I think he went to square it and it bounced off the defender or something. Frank Zappa's been excellent here on the right back. Oh, so he went to play it across and it hit Darling and went in, I think. You reckon he'll be fired? I mean, everybody's going to lose their job eventually in football management, but I fucking hate Chelsea, so I haven't been paying attention to how they've been doing. they're 8th. They've lost 3 in a row. They lost 1-0 to Newcastle. Most recently, they've got us at 5:30 on the 27th. $4-0 inside half an hour. Look at the fucking average ratings. You're doing brilliantly. Keep going. No, Newcastle aren't in the championship. What unfair? Oh, this is a goal. This is a goal. Guaranteed. Yep. You can tell. You can tell. But their players run a little bit quicker. It's unlucky. What are you doing, lads? Was anyone going to attempt to tackle this man at any point? What are you doing? What are you doing? If we fucking draw this game, if you have a striker in League 2 or League 1 who has decent finishing, you can do so much. Like, it makes such a huge difference. I honestly think you're wrong. If you're talking about Premier League and Europe and all the rest of it, then fair enough, you need to be the full package. But the ball spends so much time in the box and just bobbing about. If you have someone who can put it away, it's huge. It's huge. I mean, at the top level, if you want to compete with the likes of Man City and that, your strikers basically need to be fucking superhuman. So yes, but you could just say that at that level, your players need to be superhuman. That would be a better way of putting it, I think. But finishing at anything other than the very top clubs is enormous. I've had so many strikers where they're really quick and fantastic, but they can't fucking shoot. It makes a big difference if you have one who can. Especially if you play with like a poacher or some shit. If you've got a team that can set up behind him, just stick the ball on his fucking foot and he just does that. It makes a huge difference. Like when we had Muller, he could score with his head and with his feet. And he basically won us League 1. like almost single-handedly in almost every game. It's down to just give it to Muller, and he would score that goal and we would win 1-0. It was like such a reliable thing. Whereas, I mean, last season, for example, with Blackburn, we had a decent team and we could create lots of chances, but we did not have someone who could fucking finish. He just could not fucking finish, and it cost us. If you have pace is massive, but that's priced in, right? Like, if you have a striker who's mediocre at finishing but has like 18 pace or whatever, that's going to be worth a huge amount, because he will create chances and he can go around the goalie and shit like that, and he's just such a fucking problem that because of that they have to play back. Like, it's massive, absolutely massive. But I honestly think having played with teams that have a good striker and teams that don't, even just in this save, if you don't have a striker who can put the ball in the net, he's going to miss so many chances, just wide, or it's straight at the keeper, or, you know, it's just a tame shot, shit like that. It really does matter, in my opinion. But there are lots of other things. You don't need to just have great finishing to be a good striker. And I mean, if I could design a striker, I would want him to have as fast pace and acceleration and off the ball as possible. Like, absolutely massive. Because those things are so important. Because even a mediocre finishing stat, if you have really good creative players behind them, or you're incredibly fast, you make up for it. Because being really fast, he's chasing down every ball. Any through ball, he's onto it. I mean, Wilfred Gnonto, for when I did my Bolton playthrough last time, he was absolutely fucking amazing for us, because all you had to do was knock the ball forward and Wilf would get there and he's got a decent chance of scoring. Whereas Liam Delap, when he came in, he was just calmness personified, and you just gave the ball to him and he would take a touch, bang, and he had really good finishing and composure and off the ball. He was like a proper striker. He wasn't just a absolute madman who could just run everybody down. He was in the right position, read the play, you know, that it really, really sort of modelled that quite well. But if he had no good finishing, I don't think he would have been anywhere near as good. I've got to say, Mazzala has been much better for me than any other role for Raphael. Even though he should be a playmaker, Mazzala seems to do something to him. I think it's because he can actually dribble. No, he can't. Well, I don't know why. Loftus-Cheek playing for Burnley. This is an L. I can smell it. Told you. Right, who have they got up front? Can we please mark this guy? Blackburn against Burnley sounds like a derby. Oh, they got Martin Sheriff. We had him on loan last season. It was dog shit. He'll probably score against us. Oh. Oh, hello. They're right to boo. We're embarrassing ourselves against our rivals. Sort it out. Need a goal now, basically, if we're going to pull this back. They've got Lewis Dunk and Connor Cody at centre back. That's quite strong for the fucking championship, isn't it? Christ. Shh, good save. Training tomorrow. We're training tomorrow. That was a disgrace. Absolute disgrace. Really, really poor. You know, against a rival club like that. That's us out of the Carabao Cup against Burnley. And, you know, to look that bad against them. What disappoints me is not the cup exit. You know, that's going to happen unless we get lucky and win the whole thing, which is unlikely. But the manner of the defeat and the fact that they are not just our rivals in geographically, but they're just below us in the league. If we want to compete and get out of this division the easy way, which is to finish first or second, the playoffs is madness. It's hard. We know that. I've been there 3 times now, and believe me, the playoffs never get easy. If you want to compete in this division and get on to the Premier League, the dream for all these young lads is to do that. You've got to beat teams like that. Teams that are going to be hard to beat. They're going to come at you. They're going to be tough. They're big and they're strong and they've got experienced players. But so have we. You can't be afraid. They're just playing scared. And you can't be scared of the likes of Burnley because we've got to play them twice in the league. I want to beat them both times. We've got to do better. We've got to do better. And we will. And we must. And we have to. And we shall. The scared. Fucking hate Burnley, and we lost 2-0 at our place. Unacceptable. Now we're going to beat Brighton. These are tough games. Then we've got Burnley again, away. It's 2027. You're surprised that Brighton are in the Championship? I wouldn't be. I wouldn't be. It's the kind of thing that would happen. They're not exactly a Premier League mainstay. It's not like saying, holy shit, Liverpool are in the Championship. It's Brighton. They spent a lot of time outside the Premier League. It's not really that surprising that they'd wind up back there, is it? You should be surprised. Well, Burnley in the Championship. Burnley have been in the Premier League for fucking ages. Brentford only just went up there. You're not surprised they're back. 2 or 3 years in the Premier League. The players that get you up there move on. The manager that got you up there moves on. All of a sudden, you've got a whole new problem. You know, I am tempted to do this. The call for revenge, my favourite thing in Football Manager. It's time for us to get revenge! Players always go for it. Brighton have been a problem. Trossard is a fucking nightmare. It's good. Why does it do this? I change this to league table every time, and it always does that. We'll take that. We'll take that. We'll take a point against the tricky side. Right, I gotta go to bed. I'm fucking knackered. Well, we're second. I think it's all right if we take a point against these teams that are in and around us. I really do. Because it's better than fucking taking a chance and giving up a point or 2 points. Anyway, I will see you guys tomorrow. We'll be back 9-ish. Cheers for watching. Take it easy. Peace out.